have present. I think I'll call this meeting to order. Can we do the roll?
Yes. Chair Kuzma, Vice Chair Fontaine, Chair Barton.
Member Barton.
Sorry, Member Barton. Former Chair. Member Hong. And Member Stone.
Present.
All present.
All right, great. That brings us to item 3, which is for oral communications from the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the committee on any matter not on the agenda. For all portions of public comment in this meeting, we will be limiting ourselves to 2 minutes, given the larger than normal number of public commenters we seem to be having. So for this, speakers will be limited to 2 minutes, and state law prohibits the committee from acting on non-agenda items. Do we have any members of the public in the room who want to speak to non-agenda items? Do we have any members of the public online who want to speak to that? Great. That will close general public comment. We will now move to the consent calendar. The consent calendar has 3 items on it. If any member of the committee wants to pull any of the items, they can. Be aware that we have a lot on the agenda, so be careful about doing that. But yes, are there any clarifying? Actually, does any member of the committee want to pull any items from the consent calendar?
Yeah, I would like to pull item 4.3, EM.
Allison, can you remind us that item involves people who staff would have to be here anyways, or
yeah, so I think if you would like to pull it and add it at the end of the agenda, we can do that.
I'm inclined to put it at the, like, if we're pulling
I
it,
just had a question about it.
if it's just a clarifying question, I don't think we need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Then clarifying questions on any of the consent calendar.
Yeah, I guess my question is, since the EDM3 report has a recommendation and alternatives, my assumption would be moving it will be the same as supporting the staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation. That is correct.
Which is the Castro. Okay, that was my question. Okay.
Great. Then we don't need to, nothing that requires pulling it.
It's the recommendation that's listed on the agenda, which is recommend to the city council to allocate the accumulated transportation development. So for the Castro intersection project.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Are there any members of the public in the room who would like to speak on the consent calendar? Do we have anyone online who has raised their hand who would like to speak on the consent? Okay. That we will move to committee comments and hopefully a motion on the consent calendar.
I move that correct section.
Vice Chair Bonte moved. One second.
Second.
Member Stone seconds. With that, can we have a vote on the consent calendar? All in favor? See 5 in favor. So this passes unanimously. With that, we will move. We have no unfinished business, so we'll move to item 6.1, the active transportation plan public draft for review. I believe we have a staff presentation.
We did. All right. So, good evening, everybody. Again, we're here today to talk about the Mountain View Active Transportation Plan, and we have our public draft plan here for review tonight. So, quickly for the agenda, we will go over a quick project update, review the Mountain View Active Transportation Plan components, and then review the timeline and next steps. So, quick project update. The project contained three primary phases. The first phase was background and existing conditions. The second phase was scoring and prioritization. And the third phase, which we're currently in, was the development and recommendation of potential project concepts, programs, policies, and implementation of the considerations. These have every phase has gone to different community meetings as well as advisory boards through the process. So our recommendation that we're asking the BPAC to make at this time is to review and provide feedback on the public draft of the Mountain View Active Transportation Plan and recommend the adoption of the plan to the Council Transportation Committee. So feedback received tonight will be presented to the Council Transportation Committee, and it will inform the update of the document into a final plan, which we will then be presenting to BPAC again for formal recommendation to City Council on August 26th. The plan will go to City Council for review and approval in September of 2026. And with that, I will pass it off to Tracy, who is, sorry, I should have started with introductions. Tracy is our consultant with Nelson Nygaard, whose team has been leading our active transportation plan.
Great. Thank you very much, Allison. Thank you all for allowing me to be here today and very happy to get to this point in the project. I have had the honor of presenting to you all before, so I do see some familiar faces. I know some of the BPAC membership has changed. So I'm going to talk about the structure of the Mountain View Active Transportation Plan and review some of the process we've gone through to get to this point in time. Next slide, please. So I want to start by saying the plan was developed through a very data and community-driven process. It is structured so that it outlines projects, policies, and programs that the city can carry forward over the next several years. Doing a plan such as this, an active transportation plan, or a planning process like the safety plan or PDM plan that is under development too, is really important. It's an opportunity for the city to document future planning efforts, future projects and policies and programs, so that they are documented and then they are eligible for things such as getting grant funding going forward. The project or the plan outlines, taking into consideration the city's sustainability goals and greening goals. It's also informed by several other planning efforts that have gone on through the city over the past many years. Obviously, there was a bicycle and a pedestrian, two different plans that were done in the mid-2010s that formed the foundation of this active transportation plan, where we consider the two modes, all those active transportation modes together. We also looked at other local plans, such as the local road safety plan, Access MV, the Green Street and sustainability plans that have been done throughout the city, as well as looking at regional and state level plans that are being done by partner agencies in the region, such as VTA, MTC. Caltrans also recently completed District 4, their pedestrian and their bicycle plan, and all of those plans, as well as some plans done by headquarters, complete street guidelines, were taken into consideration in the development of this plan. Next slide. To give you an idea of the overall structure of the active transportation plan, once you go through the executive summary, chapter 1 outlines, introduces the Mountain View Active Transportation Plan and outlines the development process of the plan itself and what we've conducted over the past several years. It also outlines the public and stakeholder engagement that took part throughout the planning process. And lastly, this chapter also lists the vision statement that was developed as part of this planning process and the guiding principles that were part of this plan. Chapter 2 is where we go over the existing conditions. What is it like to walk, bike, and roll in Mountain View today? We look at the demographics and the travel patterns that exist within the city of Mountain View, the infrastructure, services, and policies that may affect active transportation. And we end the chapter by looking at a holistic network vision for the future. Next slide. Chapter 3 is where we cover the great things that are already happening here in Mountain View and the infrastructure you have in place and the programs and policies that help to support the active community you have, as well as making recommendations for projects, programs, and policies that can enhance the active transportation environment going forward. And chapter 4 is where we focus on implementation. How do you take these plans, projects, and policies that are recommended and move them into action? We consider, sorry, can you go back? One more, two more, nope, right there. This is where we also talk a little bit about the funding that's needed to move projects and policies forward, as well as some consideration of Green Street infrastructure. Next slide. I mentioned the vision and guiding principles. These were developed early on in the project, and these were brought to VPAC for your feedback. You can read the vision that is stated there. This also went to the Active Transportation Policy Advisory Committee, as well as internal staff and technical advisory committee review. And then our guiding principles for the plan overall, you'll see these repeated when we get to the scoring, but they sort of our guiding line. Next. This is just a summary of the internal and external engagement activities that occurred throughout the planning process. We've been to BPAC several times, and we will be back one more time in August. Presentations to CTC. I mentioned the Technical Advisory Committee. That is an internal advisory committee made up of staff members across multiple departments within the city of Mountain View that were involved throughout the planning process, as well as a public advisory committee with representatives from organizations, nonprofits, partner agencies that interact within the city of Mountain View or represent the population of Mountain View. We also conducted several small group meetings to further have inclusive engagement, as well as conducted walking and bicycling tours and implemented a community mapping survey to ask people about their lived experiences within the city of Mountain View. We also conducted pop-ups and workshops and have presented to City Council. We'll close this planning process in September with the presentation to City Council. In looking at existing conditions, as I mentioned, active transportation is a part of life in Mountain View already. You have one of the highest rates of walking and bicycling. When we look at commute data, certainly within the region and within the state and within the country. So you are an active community already. You also have a very active Safe Routes to School program within the city that helps to support that as well. People want to be able to walk, bike, and roll safely throughout the community to access key destinations like schools, work, shopping, community resources like City Hall and Square and Pastor Street downtown, as well as getting to transit safely. This doesn't mean that there aren't opportunities for improvement, and that's what the plan has outlined. The main takeaway from the existing conditions in talking with the community members, one main takeaway is people want to be active and they want to be able to do it safely and have it be a feasible and comfortable part of their everyday transportation options. As I mentioned, there is opportunities for improvement. While the city has in terms of a sidewalk network, about 96% of the sidewalk network is complete. There are gaps within that sidewalk network. One of the other things that we focused on in this plan is looking at the quality of the sidewalk network. So where there's opportunities also for improvement to the crossing opportunities. The same thing is true for the bicycle network. You have a decent bicycle network in place, but there are opportunities for making that bicycle network more complete and connected, as well as improving the quality and the comfort level of the bicycle network. So as a result of that analysis of the gaps in presence and quality, we developed holistic active transportation.
Number one.
No, no. She does. So as a result of looking at the gaps that exist within the active transportation network, holistic network maps were developed for both the pedestrian and the bicycle network, again, to inform the analysis of potential projects that are outlined in the plan. Next slide. You'll see in the plan itself, these are two maps that are present. Again, it's a little hard to see on the screen. I apologize for it being small. But we have, again, looking at the pedestrian network and the opportunities for improvement in terms of where there are facilities and then where there are opportunities for improvement to that facility, and the same for the bicycle network. Next slide. In terms of the recommended improvements for the bicycle network, again, we built off of our planning work that had been done, Access MB and the previous bicycle plan being two of the items we looked at. And we focused on the identification of the gaps in the network and made recommendations regarding appropriate facility type, taking into consideration the roadway infrastructure, land use, traffic characteristics, and demographics. So there are several recommendations for facilities across the city, across the various types of classes that California uses to classify bicycle facility types. So class 1 is our shared use path. That is like Stevens Creek or Permanente Trail. Class 2 bike lanes are where we focus. That is, a class 2 bike lane is paint on the roadway, maybe buffered, maybe not buffered. Class 3 bike route is a signed route, but doesn't have paint to designate a bike lane. Whereas Class 3B, bicycle boulevards, is more of a low stress neighborhood street that may or may not, I apologize, I can't remember off the top of my head, whether Mountain View marks that with a bicycle symbol, like we used to use Sharrows. I cannot recall the moment whether we use that or have used that in the past. Whereas Class 4 separated bikeways is our protected bikeways where you have a horizontal or vertical separation, allowing the bicycle traveler to be physically separated by a vertical or horizontal separation from vehicular traffic on the roadway, but is on street as opposed to a Class 1 being off street. In terms of the pedestrian network, as I mentioned, the network within the city of Mountain View in terms of physical presence of sidewalks is rather complete, up to 96%. There are opportunities there are some gaps that exist within the network, and so there are recommendations associated with filling those gaps. But we also, again, looked at the quality of the pedestrian network. Are there opportunities to widen a sidewalk in some areas of the city or to improve the crossing environment in some locations, either the distance between crossings or the distance of a crossing? So same as with the bicycle network, you see a summary of the recommendations here on this table with a significant number of crossing improvements that are recommended. Next slide. Every single gap within the holistic mapping process was documented in a spreadsheet and was considered or consolidated into a project possibility. All of those project possibilities, there were over 100, were scored using these prioritization criteria. The prioritization criteria are structured using our guiding principles. These have come to BPAC in the past, and they reflect the community's input, BPAC's input, the technical advisory committee's input, in terms of putting together a diverse set of scoring criteria that can capture the various characteristic and quality of potential projects, also taking into consideration the variation between bicycle projects and pedestrian projects. Notably, I do want to point out community input was really important in this process. So we do, under safety and comfort, there is a scoring criteria that addresses community concerns, and that was a compilation of data from Ask MV, the community mapping survey, and our community engagement activities as a whole. So again, these prioritization criteria represent the scoring, the guiding principles or structure around the guiding principles, minus the innovation and action-oriented principle that's partly related to feasibility. Feasibility is tied to action orientation in terms of the opportunity to leverage existing planned projects, the level of interagency coordination, considerations of cost, things like that. So from that process, again, every single segment or within the holistic network identification process was combined into a project and was scored. What you have on the map here is we considered the staff helped us identify priority projects that would move forward into cut sheet development. So that is what is listed on this slide here and the next. And those are what are listed in Chapter 3 of the Active Transportation Plan. Chapter 3 also outlines some policy recommendations for the city to consider in order to provide a foundation for active transportation throughout the city. We recommend consideration of a no right turn on red policy, consideration of the leading pedestrian interval, continued implementation of the daylighting law that was passed statewide, examination of or evaluation of speed limits and speed zones within the city. Again, looking at what is possible for changes in posted speed limit through California Vehicle Code and California law, as well as enforcement of school zone speed limits. So that is a sample of policy recommendations that are present in the plan. And then we also have some program recommendations as well. Things like road safety education, re-upping bicycle-friendly community designation, consideration of expansion of the very successful Safe Routes to School program that exists within the city, and then the importance of maintenance of active transportation facilities and the evaluation of infrastructure projects, which is a requirement for if you receive discretionary funding like the active transportation program through the state of California. But it is always good to know the benefits of your projects once they're implemented. Lastly, Chapter 4 takes into looks at implementation considerations. Again, some of the projects that are on the priority project list, we looked at both, looked at them in two different phases: a nearer term or like a quicker build design implementation, such as what could be done when there is a resurfacing opportunity. If a street is already on the schedule for resurfacing, is there an opportunity to do active transportation improvements, take advantage of that schedule? And then we also looked at some longer term implementation considerations that would involve reconstruction. So resurfacing are things that can happen within the existing curb line, whereas reconstruction would involve some curb line adjustments, and this is where we might be able to implement some of the Green Street infrastructure that's discussed within the plan. Related to the Green Street, Chapter 4 also looks at what are the key benefits and trade-offs when you're considering Green Street infrastructure. it is important for active transportation, but there are also benefits related to environmental sustainability, stormwater management, but those should be considered in relation to some of the costs associated with a more expensive infrastructure development. Lastly, what Chapter 4 also looks at what are some various funding and collaboration considerations to take into account. All the roads within Mountain View aren't necessarily owned or maintained by the city of Mountain View. For example, El Camino Real is a state highway, surface street state highway that is Caltrans. And we also have to take into consideration what the work our other partners are doing, such as VTA and Santa Clara County. So some of that that's covered in Chapter 4, those implementation considerations, and the importance of funding and collaboration and commitment to move projects and policies and programs forward. So Allison, I'll pass it back to you.
So timeline and next steps. So we're going to be busy the next couple of months. We released the plan on April 20th to the public. It is currently up on Collaborate MV for public comment. So I encourage those listening and those in the room to provide feedback there. On April 21st, we held an APPAC meeting where we reviewed the plan with our community advisory team. We're here today on April 29th for our BPAC meeting, looking for feedback from our BPAC. On May 4th, we will be having a public meeting here in the same room, and we're hoping to have some feedback from the public in that workshop. On June 16th, we will be taking this to the Council Transportation Committee, and we will provide the feedback that we've heard to them at that time. In July, we will be making our final revisions and updating the plan based on the community input received. In August, on August 26th, we will be bringing the final plan, including the comments received and the changes, back to BPAC for a recommendation to council. And in the currently September 22nd, we will be bringing this plan to council for their review and adoption. And with that, just a quick reminder of what we're looking for here today. We're looking for the BPAC to review and provide feedback on the public draft of the Mountain View Active Transportation Plan and recommend the adoption of the plan to the Council Transportation Committee.
Thank you. So for those who are not familiar, we'll first be having the feedback go through and ask some clarifying questions that they may have. Then we'll go to public comment with the mentioned 2 minutes per speaker, and then we'll come back to BPAC for comments and discussion on the item. And for anyone who isn't aware, there are also a significant number of written comments that BPAC members asked in advance that are posted on Legistar. So some questions that you may have, if you're interested, may be there already. But are there any members of the BPAC that are my questions?
So in response to one of my earlier clarifying questions, you mentioned there was some rescoping. I was reviewing the original scoping. Apparently some rescoping that happened along the way. Can you give a little description of what was rescoped and what changed from the 2023 scope document that I have? Scope document at one.
I'm not sure of how much of the specifics, but
It's just a broad. I know one thing that changed because it's in my clarifying question. Is there anything else significant that?
what is your specific? What are you?
I just want to know, like, because all I have is the scoping document and the current plan, and stuff changed. I don't know what changed, so I'm asking what changed. That's my.
So
question.
I will say, generally speaking, the intent of the scope to deliver an active transportation plan is still intact, right? We have
Yeah.
delivered a plan that we've done a extensive amount of community outreach. We have scoring criteria, like the main components of that scope.
Mhm.
I will say there were things that have changed from the original scope, like the there was a change from the council study session that added the holistic existing maps. We went back and did that. We also went back and changed scoring criteria to some of the outreach. So in doing some of that, to make sure we stayed on time and on budget, there were some things that were either combined into certain activities or looked at a little differently. So I don't know if there's more to that you.
No, that's good.
Okay.
Just some other questions. In the old bicycle transportation plan, there's a plan for the permanent creek to keep going south all the way to the border. That's not in the current active transportation plan. Is that being purposefully dropped? Did we look into and decide it's not feasible?
I'm sorry, you're asking about the Stevens Creek?
The permanent
The
creek.
Permanente
Oh,
Creek
permanent creek.
Trail in the 2015 bicycle transportation plan, there's a plan to continue it all the way south past El Camino down to the border with Los Altos, which is not present in the current plan.
It was one of the scored projects.
What was it?
Yeah. So it just might not have
I didn't see
elevated it
on the
to,
map. So
The map is the
the map is the top, the priority projects. There is a map that shows everything, but there's also a map that shows priority projects. So it was scored and it is in that appendices.
Okay.
So
I mean, I'm looking at the holistic bicycle network right now. And I don't see,
there's a Permanente Creek Trail extension between Grant Road and Pier 6 Drive originally that is in the list of things, but I think that's distinct from what Member Stone is asking about.
we can explore that
okay,
further as a comment as we move to final.
okay.
We'll have to look into that.
I was just wondering, for, we talked about curb line adjustments a minute ago. So I know it's hard to adjust the curb because you got like stormwater and stuff under there. Is there a difference in cost between adjusting like the curb at the edge of the road versus providing a hard curb buffer between like a class 4 bikeway and like those are, yeah. Is it cheaper? Is one cheaper than the other because you're not affecting underwater drainage? You just put a curb on the top of the road. Or am I being naive?
Because roads have a slope to them, generally speaking, if you were to, roads going like this, sorry for my visuals, but if a road has a crown to it and we put something here, you're going to impact water flow, drainage. And if we are diverting water from where the original inlet is, it's still going to have an impact. Now, linear foot of curb in one location versus another was not, our cost estimates are not down to that specific level at this time because these are very preliminary.
Okay.
Yeah, this is more master plan level.
Yeah, I understand. It's just for me to think about costs.
Yes.
Because we were talking about that earlier. There's a couple other questions. Do we have an existing standard walking speed for intersection timing? Was that
That is part of the MUTCD. There is a standard walking speed that is part of pedestrian timing.
right? But the city doesn't have any separate one, and there was no.
I'm not aware. No, we don't have our own specific signal timing for pedestrians.
Yeah, one more thing is that I noticed some of the newer multi-use paths don't connect with the roadway. They end in like the one that connects to Middlefield that just came in as part of a project ends in a planting strip. So you're on the multi-use plan. There's a bike lane here, but you can't get there from here because there's a planting strip in the middle. that feels like there should be a policy about that. Is that looked into or during the process?
I think that would happen during the development phase, so that would be when the project comes into development. We would explore that. I don't,
I know at least 3 different times this has happened, so I'm thinking. Anyway, that was a question. I'll
yeah,
take my
I don't,
comment for the comment. All right, that's all my questions.
I assume some people have more questions. I know I do. Member Hart.
Yeah, in particular on the class 4 bike lane. So it was said we had 20 miles, I believe was the number. And I guess my question is that including El Camino? And since El Camino is not continuous, how are we counting it as a class 4 bike lane? Being counted?
Are you talking about the existing class 4
I think you had
mile
a number,
or recommendation or
maybe a
improvement?
table with recommendations. It would probably be an either, because El Camino is complete. But I guess I was just curious how like El Camino is non-continuous. It stops and diverts the bicycle traffic into the traffic lanes. So I guess in my eyes, it's like a circuit that's not complete. I'm wondering, is that counted? Because I wonder how we got to 20 miles otherwise.
What was on the slide with the table was a recommendation for future projects. And it's a summary of added miles, recommended additional miles. So that portion of El Camino that is complete and already in class 4 would not have been in that 20. It is recommended improvements for 20 more throughout the city.
And I guess if we're calling El Camino a class 4, even with the gaps, is that how we're defining class 4 gaps allowed? Or, what defines class 4 versus class 1?
I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Lauren. I'm sorry. I did not realize I needed to bring my own name tag. I'm Lauren Ledbetter. I was, this is my 3rd day at the city. I am the new transportation manager. Prior to this, I worked at BTA as the bicycle and pedestrian program manager. I know Member Kuzmal because he's on the BKB pack, and so we overlapped a little bit. And I'm familiar with the El Camino Real class 4 bikeway. I know what you're talking about. It does have some large gaps at the bus stops, for example, and it has gaps as you're approaching the intersections in order to allow cars to move into the bike lane and then take a right-hand turn.
Even before that, so like a shoreline up here.
Okay.
It totally disappears.
Yeah.
As it were. It's not a
So
turn area.
I think, you know, it's in terms of I think it would be a judgment call for how you would measure it. You could go down to the feet. I would say if it's a long stretch, and the reason why you didn't have the drop and the protection is because there wasn't enough space to put the protection in the width. I would probably not consider that to be class 4, but if the protection breaks in order to allow a bus to move over to the sidewalk and board and deboard the customers, or if the protection breaks because you need to have a space for the motorists to merge safely into the bike lane before they take a right turn, I would still consider that part of the class 4 bikeway. So, but I don't know, since this is my 3rd day, I don't know.
but to answer the question for what is included in the calculation, I will say because this is a master plan and we are looking at everything at a very high level, we were not going block by block to the city. We are assuming that if there is a drop, it will be evaluated at the time the project comes online, but if it's included, generally speaking in our counts, we assumed the whole stretch of the project would be getting the class 4, and if space does not allow for that, we'll look at that as on a project by project basis. But we are making some assumptions as we come up with our master plan level decisions here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I mean, similar to ring store, people tell us they don't use it because just like a light switch, it's almost a complete circuit, but until you turn it on, it doesn't really work. And a lot of people, they get scared off by that 50, 100-yard gap. it doesn't.
Our
feel-
intent is to make it a complete circuit. That being said, there are areas where we will not have complete right of way to do some of that, and there might be some pinch points.
Additional questions?
Let's see, we talked about Monte Creek a little bit. We mentioned standards, but I guess it doesn't appear to me that the policy calls for the MUTCD, for instance, reference to walking speed. It doesn't. The policy doesn't say that it shall be policy. ATP doesn't say it'll be the policy of the city to adopt any particular standards. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so, well, the MUTCD might be common. We're not saying we'll always follow that walking speed.
We follow anything that is local, state, and federal law or in our code. As well as we, practice best practices, but so,
The policy, I guess the policy doesn't say which best practice.
no, and I remember that this plan is intended to last, 5 to 10 years, and if I start giving specific plans with dates on them, I don't necessarily want to tie into that either, because at some point those will become dated as well through the process of this document. So we've said that, local, state, or federal guide standards and regulations is what we follow when projects come online. We'll make sure that they are all up to those.
I guess what I hear is law is not kind of the different standards of Caltrans standard. Or,
Caltrans standards are best practice recommendations, and we do, most of them have been adopted as the standards. I will say when they are guidance, then that's where I would say they are not formally adopted.
yeah, I guess it would be good to have comment, but clarity there.
Additional questions? Yeah, Vice Chair Moore.
Yeah, so first, thanks for answering all clarifying questions with some elements. It was a lot and a quick turnaround. So we appreciate it. I have more questions. The first one is, I think it was one of the questions I asked, but the fact that Green Street element seems to be tied to reconstructing a road or a street. Are there any somewhat recent examples of a road or street reconstructed in Mountain View? I know plenty of resurfacing, I know some new roads, but
The North Bay Shore ones count.
Yeah, any of the North Bay Shore, I say we're currently in a planning phase for Rangsdorf, so that would be a complete street project, so that would include greening.
it would be reconstructed, I suppose.
That is a reconstruction instead of a resurface. We're about to kick off our next, it was in the CIP that you guys just looked at for Evelyn. Evelyn would be also reconstructed, and we've got our engineering
Robert,
infrastructure.
Principal.
Yeah, that was probably not clear. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Robert Gonzalez, Principal Engineer, Civil Infrastructure Group. So we have plans and Shoreline Boulevard, active transportation and utilities improvements program. So that some Green Street elements north of 101, near the Computer History Museum. So that's it's also included. I don't know if we have any. None are coming to mind other than that one. We are going through some design work right now. Projects.
Yeah, so that would be good to know. Rangsdorf is open.
And
Because that way we know when to push for Green Street.
And under this categorization, the middle field item we're about to hear would be like a resurfacing, not a reconstruction.
That is correct.
Okay, so I think it's I cite more comments. Let's see. Yeah, so I have plenty of comments on the list of projects and some inconsistencies and so on, but could you clarify? So I get how you look at all the universe of projects, you score them, you pick the top ones. But it looks like it was further weeded out based on interactions with Caltrans or on wildlife, or sometimes based on the project being already covered in a precise plan, something like this. So it wasn't very clear. I don't know if you had some clarification on the criteria that you used. So that's from the list of top projects that you further limited based on, well, that has to do with Caltrans. You don't deal with it, it's for the precise plans.
So everything was scored. So everything was scored. If it elevated to a top or a priority project, then it was eligible, I'll say, for a cut section or those cut sheets that you see in a later appendix. We did not give projects that are either currently underway part of a precise plan their own cut sheets because they are already covered in another city document. So the idea was not to either potentially have conflicting information that goes out there or change something that's previously been adopted by a governing body. So that's why they're still scored, they're still listed, they just did not receive standalone cut sheets.
Right, and they're still listed in the priority project list to emphasize that they scored high, which I think helps to reinforce the planning processes that are already underway for those projects.
I probably have more to say comments on better clarifying this.
Yeah, I will say one of the benefits of the cut sheets is that helps us be more competitive when we go after grants. A lot of scoring criteria for grants include public commitment, public outreach, as well as some sort of preliminary design. So having these cut sheets makes all of these projects that much more competitive as these grant opportunities come. Now, precise plans already have that in there, so they always already meet that criteria when we go for those grants.
Yeah, I think the full purpose of this thing is to get people more engaged, right? About, engaged to what's going on with investors and life. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking now, would the vision plan, the Vision Zero plan for the city is also similar. I was wondering, would there be some sort of like mention in this pamphlet also to put it together?
So they do, the intent is for them to, work harmoniously together. One is not supposed to supersede the other. I think, and Lauren and I actually spoke about this earlier today, I'm hoping eventually the plans will align in the sense that they'll be updated at the same time. They will work together when we do outreach and all of that. But yes, the plans do work well together, and they should be looked at as a package.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, because I was also the project manager for the local road safety plan. That is a full road safety analysis. So it's not limited to just bicycle and pedestrian safety. It also is vehicular safety. It's anybody traveling along the roadway or being a road user. So there is that difference between the two plans. And the projects that were identified there were specifically tied to safety concerns and based on either crash history or the risk of safety based on risk-based characteristics. Again, for all road users, not just bicycle and pedestrian users. So that's an important distinction between them. Safety was a consideration in these projects and this project overall and the scoring criteria, but it was one of multiple categories that were considered.
okay. Well, I mean, from the original that was, I think, 2023. It has some tasks, and task number 5, get people more engaged, and that's the whole function of this, to get people more alert and more people more, to know what's going on, and let Mountain View become the regional first to do this. And so I was thinking, would it be better if there would be more engagement plans that's more specific, like right here. I mean, it says here police department, all that stuff, and education. But in the original ones, it says under task 5, like the tools and techniques and platforms and all these, it just becomes more, what do you call it? It gets people when they read it, becomes more engaged and what's gonna do, what they could do. And so it just touches them.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Are you referencing the Vision Zero as the 2023?
No, I'm changing. It's
We've got the 2023 scope.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is to scope what they're going to do as part of developing active transportation.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
So we did a bunch of outreach. We, as we went through in the PowerPoint, we have a internal technical advisory committee that is made up of all of different city employees in different departments and divisions who have reviewed and have input in all of this. We have an ATPAC, which is comprised of community members and local and regional partners that also reviewed this. We did multiple pop-ups, bike rides, walk audits, as well. And then this has come multiple times to BPEC, CTC, and council for buy-in on the vision statement as well as the scoring criteria. So we have done a lot of outreach to make sure that we are hearing the community feedback, and we will continue to. We have a community meeting next week where we're hoping to get some feedback.
I will ask a few questions, clarifying questions myself. Let's see. Sorry, to make sure I actually have. Okay, so on the I asked a question prior to me about the costs in the table 8 that we're sort of referencing the resurfacing costs, and those costs per the response are sort of for the whole resurfacing. Is it difficult to compare those to the cost of, say, if we were just doing the resurfacing without adding the active transportation elements?
You're asking, can we separate the cost of what would a resurfacing project cost?
I
If we
mean, I assume you
didn't
can't fully separate the costs,
Yeah.
but it's sort of what is the marginal cost of adding the active transportation improvements on top?
I don't have that information for you at the time. What we could do is maybe look at historically what a resurfacing project has. But most of our resurfacing projects include things like striping, which would be included in a resurfacing project independent of active transportation improvements.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, I was just trying to make sure, trying to get a feel for like, are these costs things that are much
Especially
more?
at this level of preliminary design, it would be a hard thing to pull.
Okay. Right, questions that largely answered. So, if I had, yeah,
2 more questions.
So the first one is a follow-up also on the question I asked about the lifetime of the plan and how frequently, what cadence it would be for checking that date. And I don't know if you had in mind, how the plan would be updated or checking. So if you had any thoughts.
Okay. So we received that question as well, and so the lifetime of the plan is most likely it's 10 years or so, right? And we expect typically an active transportation plan is updated every 5 years or so. So sometime within the 10-year lifetime of the plan, we will most likely update it. Yeah.
And is it like a big thing or like updating a general plan? Well,
I wasn't involved in the update of this plan, but I mean, typically, it could be a small update.
yeah, each community, handles it differently depending on the scope or scale of the update, the changes that have occurred within the community, the region, in the period of time since the last plan. Large, I think, are one of the main factors that dictate whether it is a small update or a larger update.
My hope is that it is an update on what we have accomplished and the changes that have been made. So how much we've accomplished in that amount of time. and then maybe reevaluating what our current priority projects are as the community has changed, development has changed. So it would be looking more at those ideas and maybe evaluating if we need to adjust any policies or add any policy goals. So it would be an abridged version of what we just went through.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, because it took about 5 years.
Yes.
And one final question. I noticed that it was mostly in the cut sheets that there are considerations for sometimes widening some sidewalks from 5 to 6 feet, but sometimes to shrink them. I think shoreline from 10 to 8 or something like this. Could you speak to the difference it makes for pedestrians between 5 and 6 feet, or 6 and 8 or 10?
So
I
mean-
work with a metric system, so Yes,
I mean, what had been standard way back, I'm looking at Robert, the engineer. I mean, sidewalks used to be 4 foot. So now I think it's 5 foot standard, and it's a matter of comfort. And also, what is the utility of the sidewalk at a certain location if it is meant to, you know,
it about like
could be
the
plugged
use,
side
the use
or-
too, right? Your neighborhood sidewalk is going to be very different than what we're trying to accomplish on Castro with a more of a pedestrian, promenade. So we allowable per code is still 4. We at the city go for 5, but so that's our standard is we shoot for 5. But again, it depends on the use. So if there's a huge pedestrian and what we're trying to accomplish on the project. Again, all of these will be reevaluated as projects come online as part of the CIP.
yeah, no, these are just concepts.
That, I think this will move us to public comment. So we'll go to in-person public comment first. We'll do 2 minutes per speaker. I'm guessing we have members of the public in the room who want to speak.
I just have one short comment. My name is Tracy Chu, another Tracy. I'm a Mountain View resident in the Shoreline West neighborhood, and I'm really impressed with the active this ATP. It's very impressive to see the comprehensiveness of it, and I learned a lot. I think that one suggestion I have is it has a great vision that's very compelling, and it has a very rigorous prioritization framework, but I think it would benefit from having some very specific measurable outcomes to assess whether or not all of these great projects that we're doing are really having the intended ultimate impact on the community, whether it's like shifting mode or completing a more completeness of a network or increasing the safety. I think it would be really great to have something more explicit and specific that's summarizing the impact of this plan, because it would really emphasize the importance of it to our community. So. Oh, yeah.
Holger Isenberg. I'm almost daily using my bicycle here in Mountain View since several years already. And I have a comment for the map, for the bicycle map on slide 21, a few minutes ago. And I'm wondering how well correlated is this map with the practical use of the public. For example, if I'm experienced bike rider, so I'm not looking, I don't need the map anymore, but members of the public starting to seriously use bicycles, for example, should they use this map, or should they just go to Apple Maps or Google Maps on their phone, which is already providing good recommendations, I see. For example, when riding from Central Mountain View to Central Los Altos, I get a good recommendation on the maps here, but I cannot find this connection on the bicycle network map.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hey, good evening. I'm Celia Paymer, resident in Mountain View, also a parent and a teacher. I want to thank you for all the work that's gone into the ATP. I know it's not been a linear process and it's taken a while, but there's been a lot of, I think, really valuable intentional work that's gone into it. I do want to point out, I feel like from my perspective, I see an urgency for providing safe transportation options for children every day. Mental wellness for students is a priority in our city, but many children are trapped in their homes with their only option for socialization being through screens. For children to be both mentally and physically healthy, they need to be able to safely leave their homes and transport themselves around the city. Parents I talk to aren't worried about them getting kidnapped if they go out. They're worried their kids will be hit by cars. Given all this, I hope we complete this plan quickly and incorporate timelines into the plan for completing projects in a timely manner that reflects the urgency we feel in wanting to protect the lives of our kids. I think, like many of the large plans that are coming before council right now, there are many strong ideas, but also several important implementation gaps that still need to be addressed before this moves forward. Right now, the ATP often identifies what we want, but not how the city will consistently and urgently deliver it. There should be a requirement of yearly progress reports. I liked the idea just last night of a report card dashboard or report that the biodiversity plan talked about. Maybe there should be something like that here so we can see the progress and see that we're getting the things we want to get done. Many of the barriers to protected bikeways, safer crossings, green streets, shade, and all ages and abilities infrastructure are not conceptual. They're actually embedded in the standards, standard details, municipal codes, lane width assumptions, and project delivery practices. Thank you for
My name is Greg Colodonato. I live in the Slater neighborhood. I've lived in the Slater neighborhood for 17 years. And I just want to echo a comment made by committee member Barton. I rode my bike from my house down to California Street this morning and then back on El Camino to get a good look, paying attention to bike lanes. I've used them before, but I wasn't really coming to a BPAC committee meeting that night. So I went and looked at it and thought about it. And I do agree that the number of times that the bike lanes move around, start, stop, and do unexplainable things is something that I hope the committee and council and all the relevant parties can continue to work on to make it so that when someone says, oh, you know what, I'm going to get on my bike, I'm going to go to Sunnyvale, I'm going to go to Palo Alto today, that they can figure out how to use the bike lane because they're kind of disjointed. And so other places I've biked, there's just, one straight line and the green keeps going. And so I encourage some sort of adding that in as possible. Thank you.
Any further public speakers in the room? All right. I'm guessing we have members of the public online.
Hi, good evening. I don't know if you can you hear me okay? Thanks.
Yes.
I want to say thank you for all the work that's gone into this ATP. As someone else mentioned, I know it's not been linear and there's some challenges. I think there are many strong ideas, but I also think there are several important implementation gaps that still need to be addressed before this moves forward as a truly implementable plan. My main recommendations are adopt modern multimodal guidance like NACTO. Peer cities have done this for complete streets projects, and they're using 10-foot travel lanes while still accommodating garbage trucks, buses, delivery vehicles, emergency access. I'd encourage staff to look at San Jose, which adopted it in 2018, the council and a complete streets policy. Second, update the standard details and relevant city codes as recommended in the existing conditions analysis. 3, establish a stronger implementation framework. 4, include a more operational complete streets implementation policy that clearly explains how the ATP will be implemented. I want to point out the October 2023 existing conditions work that was presented to BPAC. It included a substantial review of standards, the standard details, and the city code. It explicitly stated that several existing standard details do not reflect, I say quote, do not reflect current best practices. end quote, and that existing street cross sections, quote, do not reflect streets that support active transportation for all ages and abilities. I would like to see that added back into this report. It's very common to have an existing conditions in an ATP, at least as an appendix. And also point out that the cross sections are using 11-foot travel lanes. It's almost like putting the cart before the horse, because we haven't actually done the standard details update, which is included as a CIP discussion item. And I think, you know, making these changes would make it stronger, especially for future grant opportunities. Thank you.
Jesse?
Hey, how you doing? Vivek. So I wanted to just give some feedback. One of the things I think is really lacking from this plan is trying to mandate some proactive police monitoring and ticketing of cars that are parked illegally in the bike lanes or near bike lanes blocking sight lines. But there's lots of spots where you legally can't park on California for the purpose of preventing people from blocking the view of people in the bike lane. And they're just striped off. Some of them have bollards, but some are just painted striped. And I've been almost hit by cars twice because there were things blocking cars from seeing me. So that's that's important. And then, you know, when it comes to enforcing people parking in the bike lanes, like I take California and commute there every day to work, and it's not uncommon to have 2 or 3 or 4 cars parked on my way to work. And at that point, that's, you know, like half of my commute or more. I'm going out of the bike lane and going into the through lane. And then cars are honking at me. They're angry at me. It's kind of scary to have a giant car honking at you and road raging. And they don't know that I'm there because I don't have a choice, because someone's blocking the bike lane. And there's not a whole lot of opportunity to zip in and out of the bike lane, which is, you know, a pro and a con of the protected bike lane. But once you're out, you oftentimes have to stay out for a half a block or a full block. So the leading pedestrian interval was mentioned. I think that really should be expanded to a leading bike and pedestrian interval. That's just a really quick and easy fix for bikes to cross the street more safely, more comfortably, encourage active transportation. And let them know they're not going to get hit by a car right turning. Overall, it's a really good plan, and I thank you for your hard work. But generally, I think we can do more.
You? Deb? You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm actually in a very noisy place, and I was wondering if I can cede my time to April, because April had some points she was going to make on behalf of a bunch of us, and I'm worried you won't really be able to hear me.
We can both hear you fine, Deb, and I'm not sure if we have a good process for seating time right now.
Okay. So you can hear me.
Yeah.
I wanted to echo what some of the things that April was saying, and also some of the things that Jesse has said, and especially about enforcement of utilization of bike lanes. So I have a kid who takes a only partially safe route to school. And one of the things that affects her safe commuting, crossing El Camino and then transiting to Graham Middle School, is pavement conditions in general. And I know that there is a separate paving plan, but the separate paving plan does not take into account the experience of riding a bicycle through the city. And I'm wondering if there is some way to tie the active transportation plan to the paving plan in order to just increase the safety, especially along major routes to school, in areas that don't necessarily get downgraded for their pavement quality because it's fine for cars, but it's not fine for bikes, and especially kids on bikes. And I'm thinking in particular of the lane that runs parallel to El Camino, that is on the south side, that is a major transit venue for kids going to Graham Middle School. And I know that that one is rated poorly on the pavement plan, but it's not in the plan to be repaved. So that's just an example of, you know, there are known pavement issues that affect safety and safe routes to school for both biking and pedestrians, but it's still not on the capital improvement plan.
Thank you, Deb.
Cliff, you'll have to.
Hi, Cliff Chambers, resident of Mountain View. Thanks. I think this plan has got a lot of work. You get an absolute A for community engagement and stakeholder involvement since 2023. Uh, I think there's a lot of really good things in this plan, but I'd like to just point out a few things that I'd like you to address. First, during on the prioritized projects, we're really having a lot of expansion of protected bikeways, more comfort, safety. I really applaud this. But mostly on arterials, and there's community collector streets, which are called bicycle boulevards, but they're really not bicycle boulevards. We really need something like Bryant Street, where bicycles really have a priority. Second, I walk a lot, and the crossings issue, there was mention that there's 30 crossings by Tracy McMillan. There's none of those on the prioritized projects, so are none of those being prioritized? They should be on the map to be shown. Many of us lobbied really hard for mid-block crossings on California Street. We don't want to have to do that project by project. There should be a better policy for mid-block crossings, and they should be identified and prioritized. We also need thinking about regionally connections, regionally to Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, that needs to be included in the plan. And there needs to be better integration, I think, with the biodiversity plan and the parks plan to make this plan really shine. Lots of great work. I really thank you for all your effort. And finally, I do think there needs to be a modal aspiration, as somebody mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Cliff. Steve, you have 2 minutes.
Hey, this is Steve Thompson. I live here in Mountain View. I wanted to bring up an issue, and I just wondered if there were any considerations for after action parking and safety checks. The thing I'm noticing is that after the California Street project, I live here on Escuela, and basically every night there are multiple cars parked in the fire zones, almost directly in front of fire hydrants on the street. I've sent in a couple of emails to both Regency and also the city, and just haven't seen any changes regarding that. And then otherwise, I was wondering, are there any kind of engagement metrics in terms of how many people from the public are involved in these projects? Like if that could be published at some point. That's all I have.
Yep.
And we have Scott. You have 2 minutes, Scott.
Hi, I am a bicycle commuter who works in Mountain View, and I wanted to support the earlier commenters' comment about adopting NACTO and also in particular adopting 10-foot lane widths in this plan. 10-foot lane widths are the modern standard, and they are adequate for motorist needs, and they reduce reduce vehicle speeds, which improve safety for motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists alike. And it's I think something that is important to consider. Thank you.
Scott, is that all? All right. With that, we'll move to committee comments. And is it correct that we do not necessarily need a specific motion on this item? Is that, or do you need a recommendation? Or would it be helpful even if you don't strictly need one?
It would be helpful to have a recommendation to CTC that you are in support of generally in support of the ATP. It will come back to you again for a formal BPAC recommendation to council, but it's not going to go back to CTC before it goes to council. That kind of, so it would be helpful to have a general recommendation that you as a BPAC are in support of the ATP so that CTC hears that and can recommend it to council.
Now or next time?
So the recommendation would just be to CTC, which is again, the Council Transportation Committee. And we will come for a formal recommendation to City Council after we have incorporated the comments and changes we've heard from the community. When this closes on May 15th.
Right.
Yeah.
We go to CTC on June 16th. And then we go into revision phase. And then we come back to you in August with the final.
So I think it would be helpful for CTC to hear if you were generally in support of the active transportation
And
plan.
CTC will see the same draft, right?
They are going to see the same draft you have seen, and then as
In-
council, they will see the final.
Along with your comments.
Correct. Correct.
I still find that this plan is really good, but it's still really missing a point there to really reach out to the public, or else, other people's just not gonna know. Even just bikers know, but the pedestrians still not gonna really see it. Somehow it has to be really reached to the kids, to the, to the parents, so that they can actually read this and know what it's doing.
Okay.
And so, huh?
For clarity, you're asking for engagement on the ATP draft itself.
Well, yes, a part of it. So maybe there's this. So maybe, because I know that the police department is also doing this educational work, right? In order to get the people engaged. So I'm wondering whether, but in order for this to be a little bit, more, all these years, we haven't really seen much of, with the kids, doing, they're still having, issues about riding bikes and all that stuff. Would you guys be willing to work with the police department, the DPAC committee, working with the DPAC committee, so that maybe giving lectures with the school district and all that stuff?
So we have our Safe Routes to School program, so that would be in a different kind of bucket. We are doing education with the students. We have a pretty robust plan, and one of the updates you'll hear is that we're going to be awarding a contract for renewing that. But the active transportation plan, the goal of and the intent of this plan is to identify where there are gaps in the network for both bikes and pedestrian, identify projects and how we are going to close those gaps, and then recommend policies that city staff can then implement to help better the bike and pedestrian experience through Mountain View. So the education side would be handled through our Safe Routes to School for the younger public education. From an outreach perspective, it's on our Collaborate MV right now, so we're trying to get the city involved. But all of these plans we do post on our city website. We do different blasts through council connections, city hall connections. We're trying to reach the whole audience to make everyone who wants to be aware.
I mean, for example, smart commute. I never even heard about this before. Do people know about smart commute? This is like a raffle system where if kids can ride bikes, they get points, right? And this is also part of Mountain View, right? About MVGO. And then, maybe the ATP, I mean, I know the purpose, but if it's more, if it's more letting people know, rather than just implementing a system with all these green roads and stripes and all that, they don't know how to use it, like one of the commenters have said, then,
So we have our Vision Zero action plan, which has an outreach for taking care of this. We have those are the owls that you see everywhere. That's part of our trying to educate the public through all this. I'm not really sure that the active transportation plan is the right place for that, but I do think there are plenty of city plans and programs out there to try and educate the public on what we're doing. Every project we do outreach to the community. You get a postcard, or you'll see the lawn signs. We are trying to reach the community in as many ways as possible.
Assuming more members of the committee have comments on this.
Yeah.
Member Stone.
Well, I actually had prepared some slides. Did you get those? Yes. But before, I want to speak to a couple of things that the members of the public said. One is, it's my understanding that it's legal for bikes to use the lead pedestrian interval. Is that correct? Okay, so that is something we can educate people about. But when you see the little walking man, you can also get your bike out there and make it small and don't get hit by and the other kind of question, someone mentioned a mid-block crossing policy. I know the ATP has distance between pedestrian crossings, and I thought we already had some kind of policy that if there was a certain distance, we wanted to close these steps. Am I remembering wrong?
I don't know that we have a policy for it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a policy, but there's
best practices.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we should have a formal policy.
Well, just to clarify on that, some of the projects for improved crossings are new mid-block crossings. Correct.
That is correct.
So they all exist in that prioritized list, even if they're, I don't know if they have multiple.
Yeah, but every project doesn't inform that policy. So some, we don't have a policy, so some of them are 500 feet, some of them are 800 feet. Staff gets to interpret, and I think that's the point of the policy is remove some of the interpretation.
And I think for all the projects, those that were developed with cut sheets or those that were further down the list, they have to be evaluated and further in terms of the conditions that exist.
Sorry for
No, I just for some reason thought we already had some kind of formal standard we used. I guess.
We evaluated everything as adding, we evaluate at every 500 feet to see if where it makes sense, but that's our starting point.
So the current starting point is to look at it.
Yeah, that's the best practice.
I know I heard a number from someone that wanted. Okay. All right. Do you want to bring up my slides so I can go into what I prepared? So as part of preparing for this meeting, I also did a review of some of the other neighboring cities' recent active transportation and bike transportation plans. And I am specifically, I think the plan's good. Let me start there. I really think we did a lot of good work here, but I feel like our policies and the policy section is not as big as I would like it to be. There's not as many policies there, policy recommendations. The Palo Alto Active Transportation Plan has 10 pages and 71 specific policy recommendations. We are not anywhere near that. So here's some examples of specific policy recommendations from the Palo Alto Bike Transportation Plan that I liked and I am sharing with you so I don't have to read it all out. But like these are recommending very specific, we've got Caltrans did 95, we got the federal highway state systems roadway design hierarchy referenced in 1.6. We've got the AB 43, again, the federal highway state systems approach. These are a lot more specific and detailed than what we have in the current active transportation plan. Can we go to the next slide? His bikeway repaving program. Like one of the problems we were just discussing, reconstruction doesn't happen very often. Repaving happens all the time. Getting some kind of funding program, and policy about making sure that when we do repaving, there's funds there to do the little bit extra that gets us the good quality active transportation infrastructure. Like as a matter of course, I would like to see something like that. And pedestrian improvements, yeah, okay, it's 14 and 16 about the same, one's for bikes, one's for pedestrians. We've got NACTO guidelines specifically called out by the bikeway program. Go to the next slide. This is from Sunnyvale. This is again talking about specifically NACTO and BTA bicycle technical guidelines, specifically calling out that we are going to use these guidelines. I would like to see some language like that. Prioritize transportation over parking and deciding that it's future use of street space. I would like a policy like that. This one here, clarified sidewalk with stands. This is maybe not necessarily for sidewalk standards, but like clarify our standards specifically for specific road types. In the general plan, we have kind of some vague guidelines of this road type. Here's our priority list of pedestrian, vehicle, bicycle. That's nice, but like if you look at DID 94 Caltrans says for this kind of road, they have some more detail, like if it's suburban arterial, bike lane should be between these feet, standard, minimum that much, travel lane should be this much, etc. I think developing a policy like that for Mountain View, specific measurements for specific street types. We already have a street type network, right? We've already decided these streets are these kinds. We can map those to specific numbers so that we don't have to debate how wide are the lanes on every single project all the time. All right, here we go. East Palo Alto, adopt NACDO. Like, just do it. Item 6.5. Like, they can do it, we can do it. As the primary design guide, it's not saying you have to just use NACDO, but we're using that as our primary source. We will look at them first. It already like performs which you don't have to worry about it. You know, it's building on top of it. And we can have something like NACDO. I like NACDO, that's what I'm gonna push for as our primary design. Other ones exist, but like when we're doing bikes, we know what we're using. We can tell whoever we're like hiring to do the design to look at that. Yeah, sorry. And finally, this is from the standard details. We talked about standard details was in the original scope of work, and again in some of the policies. This is our safety triangle. This conflicts with best practices and should be reviewed. I want specifically to review A22 and A23 from standard details to make sure they conform with current best practices and the safe systems. The safe systems was specifically referenced in the active transportation plan. I don't think this conforms with safe systems, and I think it should be reviewed. I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to say for sure, but I'm telling you my impression and what I would like to see. Okay. So I think I have one more. Yes. So this is from DIB 95 showing Caltrans standard lane widths for arterial with transit having less than 11 foot. So I think the 11-foot lane standard should also be raised. That's the majority. That's my slides. I think I had some other things I wanted to say. Standard details.
You have one more slide. I don't know.
That's for the next.
Oh.
I'll take that for later.
Okay.
And oh yes, the other thing was adopt VMT rather than level of service as our standard for traffic analysis. This is consistent with the general plan. Language in the general plan talks about using something rather than level of service. This is consistent with the multimodal improvement plan. The council adopted this as an alternative to using level of service. Okay. That's everything.
Okay. So yeah, I have several comments. Thank you for Member Stone for kind of emphasizing some of the same points. But let me go through and organize them quickly. So I like where there is policy. So things like the scoring criteria, whether I agree with the scoring criteria or not, it's important to make them visible and to work consistently with that kind of policy. So I'm disappointed that it didn't reference VMT as a policy. I didn't get to the level, but I think looking at other cities' best practices of policies and being clear on water policies that we can adopt, whether it's designing construction standards like DID 94 specifically, or the NATCO standards. I think we need to have policies that adapt. So little things like curb lips. I've seen 2 people get concussions because a driveway curb lip was there and a little water in it. They tried to hit it at a bad angle and slid out where there's no reason to have a 1 1/4 inch or 2 inch curb lip. So those kinds of standard details should be stated so that there's not interpretation by a contractor or a staff member. It's clear where we're going to go. Policy should lead to metrics. We've heard from several people talking about you need to measure. So whether it's traffic counts, pedestrian counts, bicycle counts, average speeds, things in addition to just collision rates and injury rates, I think are metrics that we should have identified and reported periodically. If we're going to do a traffic count on the street every 5 years, we should be consistent out with those out there and other metrics, signs or programs. Finally, I think things like the policy we talked about crossing. So I know like at McKelvey Park, we said there's a 500-foot standard, but we said, oh, we're not doing it. We're going to be at 800 feet or whatever. So I'd like to see us be consistent about having the policy and do it without a little deviation as possible. It's too easy to ignore stuff or forget stuff otherwise. A couple of specifics, the rideshare and delivery services are not mentioned. We heard a lot of people talk about parking in the bike lanes that do exist. I think having a mention of rideshare delivery services and how to handle those for designs going forward, whether it's in street construction or whether it is in commercial or residential development, those should be clearly identified. I like that we talk about PSEOs. I'd like, again, a policy a little more clear about how to identify and get those in a precise plan. So I think there's a lot of good stuff, but I have reservations, particularly in the areas of policy and metrics, and then spelling out some of the programs. So safe routes to school should be enhanced. That's pretty vague. So those are the 3 areas and I'll follow up with some of the collapse service details, but in the lines of Stone, looking for best practices. I think I put in a prior comment about City of Ventura on bike parking, for instance. I've seen too many racks that the city has rated for some parking. Like at Costco, you can get half or less of what's specified, same in Trader Joe's and many other establishments. So those are my general comments.
I'm going to try not to repeat what this means. So first, I think it's nice to finally get there because it's been kind of a long and bumpy process, to say the least. I think one thing I would say that this is the first time that this is only my 2nd time looking at the ATP since I joined BPAC later a year ago. And my one regret was that we didn't get a chance as BPAC to review the list of projects, nor the set of policies. And I think it's very why you hear a lot of feedback on that. So that's something that, and I understand the circumstances, so I'm not blaming that we have more comments we probably should have done earlier on the process. I had 2 somewhat cosmetic things I wanted to plug it because probably things. So one of them, I think you clarified in the questions, is like to make sure that previous BPAC members would be listed as acknowledged, because they heard more about the TP than I did, so they should get credit.
We will denote them. Yeah.
The second one is, and it's a bit my pet peeve, is that on most of the maps that I see, we make a point of putting public schools, but we never put the public schools in Los Altos that a lot of Mountain View kids attend. And it's a bit personal for me because my son has gone to public schools, living in Mountain View, but all the time in the Los Altos school districts or in Los Altos. So we went to Almont, Egan, Los Altos High, and he's nowhere on that map. So, and these are very important things, especially to correlate with accidents.
I apologize for that
No,
one.
no, no, but
because
it's-
I should have.
Yeah. And it's kind of throughout, so hopefully it's just.
Yeah, I think it's probably a layer that we.
So with that said, so I'm struggling with the list of projects by reading the documents, and again, part of it is because that never came to be back, so we didn't get clarifications, didn't provide feedback or things like this. What I noticed is there is some inconsistencies, throughout the documents, so it's not very clear. There is a list of projects in one section, but then the map shows a different set of things. Like for example, in the executive summary, there is a map that's supposed to show all the projects, but it shows only the bike ones, not the pedestrian ones. So that makes it, I'm the one who typically skips the executive summary, but I'm sure people higher up, it probably would be the only thing they read. So you probably wanted to have this kind of squared away. And then it could use some explanations in kind of how that list was arrived. I think you provided some in the questions, but it would be nice to have kind of a narrative, to better explain how it was there. I have some reservations about cutting some projects because they deal with calgrants, for instance, because that's a reality that's been around forever, and this is why pretty much and we talk about this in Middlefield, is that we still have a sidewalk gap. Whatever thing. So that's a complex problem dealing with another agency, but it's one that I would hope the plan for 10 years, should address head on. And so I'm not really on board with cutting projects just because it's calgrants. It's more complicated, but it's something we need to do. And then on the projects, and again, it's most of the maps don't really show the intersections where there are some projects to improve them. And maybe it's difficult to show, but it gives the impression that most of the projects are either bike lanes or at a corridor level, that kind of sidewalk widening or things like this. But the crossings are, in my mind, the most important part for pedestrians, because it's if you look at the injury maps as well as the feedback about where it's not safe, that's at intersections, and that's pretty much the life of everyone's there. So that's about this, and then on the policy, I wanted to echo, most of the comments there. I think it was a bit underwhelming, and maybe it's because we didn't have a dialogue between feedback and you. There are two policies that I'd like to recommend adding. But the first one is, there are two that actually exist in the book. So one is that there is an ordinance where, a homeowner or landowner is supposed to kind of level the sidewalk when a driveway is no longer needed. And that has some benefits to workability. You have less risk to turn your angle or things like this. And you can go throughout Mountain View. I see some right on my streets, and that's a house that was built 40, 50 years ago. So, but it looks like nobody enforced that. I think it may be challenging to do it after the facts, but I don't know. there is something in the books to address this, and I think it should be nice to do this. The second one is to kind of as a way to address the sidewalk gaps. There is also in the books whenever there is a significant remodel or rebuild of the house, the homeowner is supposed to provide a sidewalk and kind of provide the improvement. I know I didn't build my house, but that was kind of a newish kind of redevelopment, and the developer had to provide a sidewalk, and doesn't seem to be implemented very much. And I think there are some legal issues there, but it's I think the city should really leverage this as a way to close the gaps. I think it's.
I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. I know I was reminded about one question from a member of the public earlier. First off, on the projects that fell from the Caltrans right away, were those in the set of projects that did get prioritized but did not get cut sheets created?
Yes, they were in like the top scoring projects. They are on the list of priority projects. They did get scored. Correct. And so they are listed again, like they are listed as a priority project, which emphasizes the importance of the project they're doing.
But even in our 100 projects, they were scored.
Okay. So yeah, just wanted to clarify that. Secondly, I want to ask on the Member Bonte, you mentioned like the lack of the bicycle map. Since there is also a map of pedestrian projects with the pedestrian projects highlighted, was the not having them both on the same map confusing, or did you see other discrepancies?
There are certain places like Zictu Summary, there's only one of the maps. So that's just biased.
Okay.
So for instance,
I understand.
Okay.
I invent for pedestrians, it's I don't think it shows anywhere the intersections.
It did, but it was confusing to me as well, I think.
Overall, it's
yeah. We've got your comment. Yes.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I understood the things. And there's also a question, or I guess a comment from member public about connections to other cities. Could someone, I guess, comment on how connections to other cities would have played into the scoring of the projects, if at all?
I'm not really sure what you're asking.
For instance, there's things that commonly come up is Palo Alto has a sort of bike boulevard that connects into roughly where, I guess it ultimately goes to California Street, but or through like Del Medio. Was the existence of that connection relevant in the project prioritization? Similarly, I know Sunnyvale has plans to build a bikeway along Evelyn. Is the existence of that project pertinent in the prioritization here?
Yes, would be considered almost like a gap. I'm looking at Tracy for confirmation, but Evelyn would be an example. We've got some on one side and some on the other. It would be identified as a gap, and that gap was part of our scoring criteria. So it would have gotten points per se to make it a score higher project. The specific one you mentioned on Palo Alto, I'm not 100% sure, but the idea is that if there is a bike lane that ends, that would be identified as a gap in connection.
Thanks. I have a more detailed list of comments, but I wanted to just understand what is sort of productive or what we think will be in the DEP. I think I have similar concerns about some of the policies there, or lack of policies in the ATP. I also want to see the ATP be done. Is for some of these things we're talking about the policies, is it realistic to say include in the ATPA, this is actually true if I think if the policies that are in there right now are basically the plan is to go and implement this policy, but the ATP itself is not implementing this policy. That's correct. So if BPAC wanted to recommend that the city do something like East Palo Alto or San Jose and adopt NACTO as the default design guidelines, then it would decide the question of whether or not we should or should not adopt those guidelines. it would not be a huge lift to include the direction that we plan to adopt those guidelines in the ATP, and then the actual resolution the city council would have to pass at some point to adopt those guidelines would be in the future.
Yes, more or less. I will say we've heard multiple times in our different meetings now that there is a desire to have some sort of standards or guidance included as a policy. So you will see something between now and the final that addresses that concern.
Okay, yeah, I'll look at that. And I'll also mention the existing conditions report, like for instance, the site triangles, the policy 822, they're called out in that draft existing conditions report. I think it would be great if some of that information from that draft existing conditions report could make it through to an appendix in here, even in the cases where I don't know if all of those make sense to recommend as updated policies, but I think it'd be great to not lose that information.
So we are going to be updating our city standards. That is the CIP that will be put forth for council adoption in June for a CIP project to update the city standards. So those will all be evaluated. Those will come to BPAC when they are updated, so you guys will have a chance to look at those.
Did you say
it's in the works.
It's in the CIP, or it will be in the CIP?
It is in the staff recommended CIP that council will be voting to adopt in June.
Okay.
It is in the CIP that you just recommended to council. How's that?
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of.
All right. Okay. In terms of my comments, then I like a lot of stuff in the ATP. I genuinely find the prioritized list of projects I think came out. It matches roughly my expectations. Like I don't know if I were to go through and try to mark every single project in the city, I would produce exactly the same list, but I don't expect to. I would have my own biases. So I think the set of streets on there that appear, the set of crossings that appear, all that I think roughly makes sense to me. I do think it'd be nice to have as part of public record the detailed scoring breakdowns. But I don't want people to be going and litigating, oh, this project should have had this line item scored this way. That's not interesting to me. It is sometimes there's a lot of times when we approve scoring criteria, then sort of goes into the void as far as we're concerned as BPAC. And then we get scores back and we don't know, well, should we have suggested this scoring criteria work differently? So being able to have that feedback and review things would be helpful, but it's difficult. I like having separate resurfacing and reconstruction projects. I think that's something we did not have in prior plans. I do wonder if we should have a almost lower threshold than resurfacing as well for some things. I saw in one of the responses to BPAC questions, there's a reference of sort of the resurfacing corresponds roughly to quick build projects. I expect that to be true with the majority of the projects. I would be interested in whether there's any even smaller projects we can be doing that I'm not. I think the closest to some example details of that would be there are times when without resurfacing intersection or this, without resurfacing an intersection, I've seen some sort of plastic usually put down to create more of a bulb out. And small things like that I could see being useful. I'm not, so I don't want to preclude that. I think it'd be good to be, I think it's alluded to, but I think it could be very clear in the ATP about that the cut sheets are not finalized. I know it's set in ATP, that's something that can probably be repeated more times rather than fewer. But I do think that those cut sheets are actually rather important in my mind. Those will be the starting point for any discussions. They'll be the starting point presumably after if there's any grant filings. And so I do want to make sure we have those reasonable. And I know that's why I had some questions on the list of questions about a couple of the items. There's a reference in the Wisman Road one to we may need to widen the bridge, and it's just still not clear from reading the response, it's still not clear to me why that would be necessary for the goals of the city. And that would potentially increase the cost of any potential projects by a lot. On this topic of standards, my inclination is we should have we should encourage the city to adopt some specific standards. I don't want to lock us in too much to 5 years from now, there may be better standards. But if we can adopt good standards now in the next 2 years, and that's what the ATP recommends, but the ATP doesn't lock us into, oh yeah, 10 years from now, we'll still be following these same standards. I think that would be helpful. But I am sympathetic to I don't want us to write down something here that.
There will be some sort of recommendation between draft and final of guidance and standards that we will follow as projects kick off, in addition to the city standards that will be underway.
I'll call out the specific ones since I asked about it in the comments in the questions. It's just this is one that I don't think is going to be covered by any existing work. I'm not sure I expect it to be done soon, but it would be nice sometime in the fullness of time to review some of the city fire code. There was a project for that part of Castro right there that was going to be extremely expensive to do a protected bike lane on, because the fire code currently has specific requirements around lane width that doesn't. I think it's basically just outdated with respect to having protected bike lanes. And it felt like there was a way we could have done that project in a way that improved safety without being detrimental to fire truck access. I don't know if that's something we'll be able to accomplish anytime soon, but it'd be nice to have happen eventually.
Would that be included in the code review that you are saying is recommended in the CIP going for June? Is that part of the code?
Okay. That's just the standard details, I assume, right?
That's just standard details.
Okay.
Yeah.
The standard details are not part of the city code, correct? They're just a city policy document.
Yeah. I'm being told that is correct.
Okay. It'd be good to have, as a couple members of the public alluded to, it would be nice to have some sort of progress dashboard or report that was regularly updated, not every week, but a progress report for the ATP so that we know we have a sense of if we're accomplishing the things we thought we were going to accomplish. And as a small one, there's a Mountain View ATP website linked on the city website that is.
Yep, saw that. We will take care of that.
Thank you. All right. So to get us to what a useful. Yeah,
Just one more thing, very quick. Has the Mountain View ever been sued by anybody who has any accidents based on all these new features that the city hasn't had?
That is a very broad statement. Like the protected bike lanes,
the new improvements, the new projects
on California. Is that the question? Or El Camino?
Some old ones. So like there were a couple of lawsuits on Castro when they redid the street lip. There were a couple collisions. And you notice they run out the lip, but and it's still not a standard not to have those.
Yeah, we can look into that and get back to you, but from a parking protected bike lane, those are a little newer in the city, and I'd have to, if that is the specific question, I'd have to look into that and get back to you.
So the policies might affect it. We might have to be a little more careful or adopt a policy than other people say you didn't follow this.
Yeah, one comment I forgot. So that was also in the guiding questions, but the costs that are very ballpark there, they seem to include both the resurfacing, striping, as well payments. I mean, I think it would be very useful to kind of break down that cost as well as you can do. I understand it's complicated, and the reason for this is that when it's going to go to city council, things like they're going to look at that price tag and they're going to say, well, we're going to be spending so much money again for bikes and pedestrians, where the amount of money for bikes and pedestrians is only a fraction of the cost. That's something we can read almost every day on Nextdoor or things like this. People are complaining that it costs tens of millions of dollars to put bike lanes on El Camino, and it's not accurate. I mean, that's the resurfacing was.
What I can say we can look into is maybe give you historically what we think for projects that have been completed to date, what those differences would be.
Yeah,
I am a little dubious to put them on our proposed projects, but we can give you historically how much of a percentage add that is just for a data point.
I think that would be very helpful.
Like if we could get this for El Camino, for instance, or even
Or if it's just a general aggregate number.
Yeah, I think we can get that and get you some.
and make sure that's somewhat referenced in the APP, because again, some people may have a sticker shock and then unrealistic blame it all on bikes and pedestrians. So
okay, to try to move us to the actual recommendation, I think there's a variety of minor recommendations which sound like Stafford, but I think the broad thing would be something along the lines of he recommends the ATP with basically asking there be more specific policy recommendations for improving how the city designs and implements street safety projects, including but not limited to the adoption of NACTO standards.
I would also call out adoption of NACTO standards, lane widths lower than 11 foot outside of where possible.
So can I ask you to look at it a different way? What are the changes that if we're not incorporated, would you then not recommend this to council?
Why are we looking at it that way?
Because if you're recommending CTC adopt it for councils, what are the changes that if the city doesn't make them? Now, all your comments are going to be received. I'm going to take those comments. Like I said, you will see some recommendation of some adoption of, but if we are asking CTC to recommend this to council, what is it that needs to be in there for them to do that?
Okay, well, we already recommended standard details with different motions, so I'm happy to know that happened. I would say I would really like something that says lane widths less than 11 where possible, right?
Well,
if we're hearing that the standard for the city is all lanes at 11 feet.
I will say as a starting point, the answer is yes, for different reasons. Anywhere that has truck traffic,
yes,
fire trucks, trash trucks, buses, community shuttle require 11-foot lanes.
Yeah, so I think that DIB 94, Caltrans takes that into account. It gives you 11-foot lanes for buses and trucks, 10.5-foot lanes for vehicles.
Right, but I'm hearing that it's 11-foot everywhere in the city, which is inconsistent with DIB 94.
So the cross section that you showed up there is 2 lanes. So if there is more than 1 lane, then yes.
But that's not what I got as an answer to my clarifying question for the next item. So either my answer was wrong or our standard is 11 feet.
Our standard is 11 feet.
So would you accept a recommendation for adoption of DIB 94 that gives some standards?
Well, I don't want to specifically say DIB 94. It could be DIB 94, it could be NACTO, it could be something else. I just want to have something there that says, I don't want it to be 11 feet. It shouldn't be all lanes. I showed you DIB 94 allows 10.5-foot lanes. NACTO recommends 10-foot lanes. I don't want to say what one we should adopt, but I want to, personally, this is important to me. I feel like we should have in the ATP a recommendation, because it's been shown that narrower lanes are safer in an urban environment. We should have a recommendation that we explore narrower lane widths. Like it can be just that. Like, yeah.
I would like to see it not just explore, I would require narrow lane width in line with standards adopted elsewhere.
Let me try to provide us a motion for that. Knowing that a bunch of specific feedback was heard and will get accounted. BPAC recommends recommends the ATP, provided that it includes policy recommendations that will result in, at a minimum, revisiting lane widths on multi-lane arterial roads such that the city, revisiting lane widths on multi-lane arterial roads to improve street safety.
Word.
That feels overly specific in my mind, but
what I would say is that you and I'm putting words in your mouth now, so that as a body, you are looking for the standards to be to reflect other guidance such as NACTO and Div 94 as projects come online. And we will continue, like I said, there will be something in there on what the standards are. And when CIP standards are updated, that will all be evaluated then as well. Projects are looked at on a case by case basis. So we will explore that. Right now, 11 foot is our starting point and where we are comfortable.
Yeah, it feels I don't know, it feels awkward to me to include the specific lane width thing.
Well, I mean, let's say we like it, but we want to make sure that it includes looking at more modern standards such as NACTO or DIN 94. It's always going to include that, and in particular lane width. Leave it at.
I think we've said that we're including a policy where, or we're hearing that all of the comments that have come in are related to that, and we'll include a statement regarding guidance, looking at best practice guidance. NACTO is guidance. DIB 94 is guidance.
Right. So I guess I understand that those are guidance, and I would like to see something a little more concrete than guidance. But I'm not saying that needs to be in the active transportation plan. I'm saying I would like to go to council or go to CDC, something specific about looking into a modern standard.
We will definitely relay your comments as a body that was something we heard from you.
Yeah.
It's not going to be something that, is not covered when we report out of what we've heard on the ATP. So we will have a whole slide on comments of what we heard from the public, what we heard at our ATPAC, what we heard from BPAC, and we will provide that feedback to CTC. And we will also let them know how we plan on addressing it as we move from draft to final.
I guess I'm hearing more than just lane widths. I mean, you pointed out
that I don't want to include one. I'm inclined to be willing to trust the comments we heard enough that we don't need to include everything that would be on the list. In fact, I'm not sure lane widths would be my first priority. It would probably be a good canary in a coal mine type of thing, but I'm not sure it'd be my first priority. So my inclination is to keep a motion to recommend it provided with the significant recommendation that the ATP include a plan to adopt modern and progressive safety or street design standards along the lines of NACTO or DIN 94.
Let's see, what I heard in Stone's comments was he was pointing to like Palo Alto. He said they have pages and a significant number of policies in their ATP. And I heard from myself and the other members, plus the public, that we seem to be policy light. That's a reservation I have in making a recommendation. So it's not just, a standard adoption, but there's policies and metrics were two key areas that I heard in addition to having policies reference standards.
So I'm hearing kind of two different things. I'm hearing a request to include some sort of policy to adopt more progressive standards as part of the ATP. That is what I heard from you, Member Stone. And then I have also heard that you are hoping to see a more robust policy section generally. I will remind you that the Vision Zero Action Plan and our local road safety plan does have their own policy section, and none of this is meant to supersede, exceed, or exclude those policies. But we also didn't add them back in here. So there is a more comprehensive list of policies on that side too.
Yeah, it was more of the policies like a preference for travel lanes over parking, for instance. That's not mentioned in our road safety plan or Vision Zero, but it was a policy we saw referenced in one of those where travel.
I mean, we can just say we like it. We want more specific and actionable policies. Like I think that captures the comments pretty broadly. And then look, it'll be coming back to us. I don't know if we need to really get into
It'll be a little-
detail.
yeah.
It's round.
Well,
There
there
will
will
be
be
a little late
limited
to stop
time when
it.
it next comes back to us. I will put it that way. We will, it'll be difficult to make any changes at the point when it next comes back to us.
I would highly encourage you, if there are specific policies, to respond on Collaborate MV of certain ones that you are interested in seeing.
Member Stone, can you make the motion you just described?
Okay, I motion that we recommend the active transportation plan to CTTC. With a note that BPAC would like to see more specific and actionable policies.
Is there a second?
I will second. Chair, so Member Stone made the motion. Chair Guzman seconded it.
All in favor?
All in favor of the motion? All right, all opposed? All abstaining?
It's not opposed, really. It's just about what it's gonna come out. So I mean, it's good to have a plan policy, but then if it's gonna be flexible enough, if it's too narrow, I think you were saying, if it's too narrow, then the danger of it being able to work with the different streets, the structure might be a little bit too.
Right, but we're not recommending a specific policy at the moment. We are saying that there's a compromise between something that's too general, it doesn't really force anything to happen, and too specific, meaning you don't have flexibility. I feel right now we're a little on the general side in our policy section, and I would like it to be a little more specific. And we're not saying, I mean, we gave some general recommendations off a big long list, but we're not saying we won't adopt it if all of these aren't in. We're just saying we would like to see something.
Sorry, just procedurally, Member Bonte, did you abstain from that motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion failed 2-1, just for the record.
So, yeah, I'd like to explain. So I think a motion that talked more about, recommendations with reservations in areas of policy, in metrics, standards, which we heard, and they can list out those areas of policies which were discussed. The idea that metrics should be more specific and that standards should be identified. So, yeah, I want to make sure our reservations, I guess, are captured in the reservations I think we heard and we echoed from members of the public.
So you would say, you make the motion and say that we have reservations.
I think we should list the areas of key reservations for policies.
Yeah.
Standards, and then I would answer.
So you are, I just want to make sure I understood. So you are recommending CTC recommends the ATP to council, noting that BPAC would like to see more in metrics, policies, and standards between the draft and the final that will be going to council.
So it's recommended with reservations. Those three.
So alongside.
Yes, oh, we've got all of those comments. Yeah, I'm not gonna read them all into the motion.
Member Barton, are you making that motion then?
Yes, and with the specific word of reservations in the areas listed, 3 areas.
You have that
Policies, metrics, and
Standards.
in standards.
I wrote something down. Recommend the ATP, maybe this part needs to change. Recommend the ATP to CTC with a note that the BPAC has reservations in the areas of policies, metrics, and standards. Is that what you wanted to say?
Yes, that's acceptable.
So the motion is from Member Barton.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. So we have a second from member Stone.
All right. All in favor of that motion?
Okay.
I see that it passes unanimously.
Okay, so that now passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay.
You wanted,
I believe this moves us to item 6.2, which is a middle field something item.
and I propose
Or
a
would you
quick
like bio?
5-minute bio break.
We will take.
We can also look for
We'll
Mike
take a
for a
5-minute.
second.
Right. We'll take a 5-minute. Okay, great. All righty. Are now on item 6.2, Middlefield Road Complete Streets, project 2201. Have a presentation for staff.
All right. Evening committee member. My name is Huang Nguyen, Associate Civil Engineer with the Civil Infrastructures. I'm here today to present the design concept for Middlefield Complete Streets. With me tonight is Adam Miro from CFRE Engineering.
Oh, because you're whatever.
Sorry about that. The project location is on Middlefield Road between Morfett and Bernardo, as outlined in the red dotted line. Middlefield overpasses Stephen Creek Trail and Caltrans State Route 85 between Morfett and Easy Street, crossing the VTA light rail between Ellis and Locke Avenue, and then undercross Caltrans State Route 237 near Bernardo Avenue. Proposed improvements were submitted as part of the battery grant application as shown on the left. Scope include resurfacing the middle field from Morfett to Wisman, Class 2 protected byways between Morfett and Bernardo, and Class 2 or multi-use facility over State Route 85. Pedestrian and bicycle improvement at 4 intersections: Morfett, Easy, Narella, and Wisman. Because the city received new grants from Middlefield, which will be discussed in next slides, new scope was added to the project as shown on the right. So roadway resurfacing now for the entire corridor. New pedestrian hybrid beacon signal at Narella, and pedestrian bicycle improvements for all intersections within the project limits. So this slide shows the timeline that the project taken so far. So in June 2022, feedback was presented the complete street checklist for the battery grant application. In January 2023, the city was awarded $2.4 million to the battery grant, and staff went to council in February 2023 to secure the grant. In May 2024, City Council authorized professional service agreement with CFP for design services and construction support. Design work was kicked off in fall 2024. City then received 2 additional grants from Middlefield. The first one was the Housing Incentive Pool Grant received in June 2025 in the amount of $1.76 million. And then in December 2025, the city was awarded $5.17 million to the Affordable Housing Sustainability Community Program. The battery grant is a federal grant that comes with certain requirements, including coordination with California Department of Transportation, known as Caltrans, which is also the OPEC administering authority. City commits to deliver the project stuff indicated in the grant application within the grant funding timeline. Funding must be obligated by January 2027. Additional funds received from the Housing Incentive Pool and the Affordable Housing Sustainability Community Grants will help the city funding additional scope. It is important to the city to invest in Middlefield because it is one of the city regional corridors. We want to highlight that Middlefield is the only east-west regional corridor in the city network to directly connect adjacent cities of Sunnyvale and Palo Alto. Given zero action plan and local road safety plan identify Middlefield as part of the local high injury network. The Access MV comprehensive model plan identify Middlefield as a high stress facility with bicycle level of traffic stress 3 out of 4 and a tier 2 priority corridor for transportation improvement projects, proposing class 4 separated byways. Proposed improvements on Middlefield are also part of the draft active transportation plan. So the map on the right shows major corridor in the city in orange. Corridors that have recently received or plan to receive road diets are highlighted in green. Staff also investigated implementing a road diet on Middlefield. Factors used when staff consider a road diet include roadway classification, overall roadway network, average daily trips, safety, emergency response, transit access, and operational impacts. In March 2025, the BPAC provided comments on the Morfett Complete Street project, requesting consideration of a road diet. Therefore, staff evaluated Middlefield corridor for a potential road diet from 2 lanes to 1 lane in each direction and would like to share the results. The scenario analyzed were shown on the left: existing condition, background conditions, and cumulative condition. Criteria used to evaluate scenario are roadway capacity, level of service, and queuing analysis. For roadway capacity, hourly traffic volumes were evaluated against the roadway hourly capacity to identify roadway capacity deficiencies. With road diet, Middlefield would experience overcapacity condition as indicated in the table. So on the left column show the corridor were divided into 3 segments. So the first segment between Morfett and Wisman, with the road diet, it would experience overcapacity for 1 hour during evening peak hours under existing and background conditions, 2 hours during the morning peak hours, and 3 hours during the evening peak hour under cumulative condition. The third row shows roadway capacity for the segment between Wisman and 237, and the last row shows overcapacity on the remaining segment between 237 and Eastern City Limit. Level of service is a ladder-based grading system measuring the operating condition of an intersection, with A representing the best free flow condition and F representing the worst congested condition. So as shown on the map, with the road diet implemented, 5 intersection circles in pink would experience a degrading level of service to E or F. Queuing analysis evaluates vehicle stacking on left-hand lanes at an intersection. The road diet would cause substantial queuing deficiency at several intersections along the corridor. And to resolve this queuing deficiency, existing left-hand lane would need to be lengthened. So in this slide, example for the Morphet and Middlefield intersection. So the slide show how much left-hand lane needs to be lengthened if implementing the road diet. So on the right, the top picture on the right. So in the northbound direction, the left-hand lane will need to be extended 25 feet, which is feasible because there's no obstruction. On the southbound direction, 100 feet would be required. However, it's not feasible due to the conflict with existing left-hand lane pocket. On the southbound, lengthening the left-hand lane by 200 feet would require median reconstruction and remove approximately 15 trees. And on
What's the cross street on?
Morphet and Middlefield. And then lastly, on the westbound, the left-hand lane will need to be extended 400 feet. And it is not feasible due to extensive change in roadway geometry. Additional locations along corridor include Ellis Street, Wisman, Lock Avenue, and State Route 237, northbound Servant Road. So in summary, the study concluded that a road diet would result in deficiency of intersection level observers, increased intersection vehicle queuing, reduced corridor capacity. Additionally, implementing a road diet would cause the loss of capacity, which will impact the operation of the other east-west arterials and emergency response times for medical, police, and fire services. For these above reasons, staff do not recommend implementing a road diet for Middlefield. Over the next slides, Adam will walk you through segment by segment, showing the proposed improvements cross-section along the corridor.
The existing conditions for the project can be split into two distinct segments. Segment A from Moffett to Wisman, and segment B from Wisman to Bernardo. Segment A, excluding the segment passing State Route 85, comprises mostly multifamily homes, 2 travel lanes in each direction, class 2 bike lanes on both sides, which become parking lanes on the weekends and after 7 p.m. on weekdays. To implement a full-time class 4 bike facility, the on-street parking will need to be removed at all times. In addition to the vertical elements, green bike lane striping will be added to conflict zones, including driveways and bus stops. In the previous segment, the State Route 85 overpass is approximately 1,000 feet long, spans across State Route 85. There is a center median, 2 travel lanes, and a class 2 bike lane in each direction. There is sidewalk on the north side, but no sidewalk on the south side. Staff evaluated closing the sidewalk gap along the south side of State Route 85 Bridge, including the feasibility of converting the existing bicycle lane to a shared multi-use path for eastbound bicyclists and pedestrians. The staff also met with Caltrans, which owns the bridge. Caltrans staff confirmed that alterations to the bridge overpass, including but not limited to modifying the median and adjusting lane widths, will require a comprehensive review approval process, which would cause the project to miss OVAC 3 funding grant deadlines. Therefore, staff will pursue a design of a multi-use path with a separate project. This separate project will be proposed for additional design and construction funding in the next fiscal year. The proposed layout on the bridge overpass will be very similar to the existing conditions as shown. The only modification is the lanes will be 11 foot, as you can see here, on the proposed section, and then what's left over will be the class 2 bike lanes. The segment comprised the segment comprises mostly of commercial buildings, 2 travel lanes, and a full-time Class 2 bike lane in each direction. Left turn lanes and center median landscape. The segment crosses the BTA light rail on Logue Avenue and runs underneath State Route 237 with on and off ramp entrances. And we're referring not to segment B, I'm sorry, that's segment B. Similar to segment A, improvements include Class 4 bike facilities with building which to provide separation between bike lanes and travel lanes. In addition to vertical elements, green bike lane striping will be added at all conflict zones, such as driveways and bus stops. Improvements at the intersections will include high visibility crosswalks, advanced stop bars, accessible pedestrian signals, and ADA curb ramp upgrades. Each intersection was evaluated by existing conditions, and when ADA deficiencies were noticed, a new curb ramp is designed in its place.
Thank you, Adam. Next step, staff will take the feedback from today and go to CTC next week on May 5th to give them an update and receive feedback. Tier 3 will is this with initiating the design coordination with Caltrans, subject to Caltrans approval. We anticipate design completion by end of 2026, the end of the year, and construction in summer 2027. Thank you.
That's all for this session?
Yes.
All right. We'll now go to committee clarifying questions on this item. I am assuming there are clarifying questions. Member Park.
So there's 3 columns presented, existing conditions. I don't remember the titles of all 3. Can you explain what those 3 conditions are?
Sure.
And why the traffic counts change between? The slide you were just on.
So for the scenario, we have 3 scenarios. The existing condition. So basically, the current street layout, background condition, as shown here. So background condition will be exit condition plus no plan development and infrastructure changes. And cumulative condition view out is the view out of general plans.
So on background conditions, plan developments usually take 3 to 6 years, I guess. Is that the time frame that we might experience that?
So, Member Barton, in question 9 and 9 questions, they have it listed.
Okay, I guess time frame is what I'm looking for.
Okay,
Yeah. So the time frame that we would expect to realize background conditions and how far out the general plan generally is.
I would pass the question to Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer Ng, Public Works Director. So background conditions for known plan developments vary by type of development. You know, a smaller developments will take a little quicker to get through the building permit process and then get out to construction for improvements out on the street. A longer project, a bigger project, I should say, that has several phases to it, you know, may take a long time to get to the very end. I would say in general, you know, it's usually something like 18 months or so to get your building permits, and then they typically start with the on-site work first before so that they don't risk damaging the work out in the front in the public street. Typically, improvements on the street are the last items to be constructed, so it can be a little bit of a wait. But you know, known plan developments are ones that were approved a couple of years ago and still just haven't finished, all the way up to ones that were approved last week. So there's a wide span of time that we're talking about here. Cumulative improvements is built out of the general plan. I want to say 2050 in my head for general plan, but I don't know if I'm getting my agencies mixed up. But it's somewhere in the long range horizon for that build out.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Confirmation on that topic. The viewing links that were shown on these slides corresponded to the full build out scenario, correct?
Correct.
That's my question. That's great. Thank you.
Member Monte.
So I have a number of questions. So on the first on the overpass, I think it was in the staff report. I think stated that Caltrans doesn't want anything with the lane change to trigger a review, and we are proposing kind of a shortening of one lane. So can you clarify what triggers a full review for Caltrans?
So basically the overpass, the bridge is owned by Caltrans. So any change to the lane configuration will require Caltrans permitting, review and approval process. And it is a long process. So basically if we want Caltrans would open to review the city proposed improvement, like for lane reduction over the bridge. But we met with Caltrans and they told us it will be a long process. And if we go that route, we risk we wouldn't make the OPEC plan deadline, and we would miss that deadline.
Just to my specific point, I mean, you showed in the slide that there is an existing lane width, and the proposed lane width is shorter, at least for the second lane, right, to make room for a bigger thing. So does it trigger this type of review, or in other words, maybe it's possible to do review?
I think
yeah, thanks for the clarifying question. So you're correct. Proposed lane geometry that we showed would not trigger more intense Caltrans review. So the simplest Caltrans view is an improvement. You keep the same lane configuration. You're not changing or adding things that are outside the Caltrans design guidelines. That's typically acceptable to go through an improvement. Once you cross a threshold and you're adjusting something that is structural or adjusting something that is off of the design manual counter to it, or reducing capacity, then that's going to trigger it.
So reducing the lane width is not triggering, like doing a road diet on the bridge.
As long as the lane width is within the design manual standards, which one of the reasons why it was seen on El Camino 10.5 is an acceptable adjustment Caltrans standard.
And I was reminded earlier that anyone speaking from over there should make their voice very clear.
Please project for those on. Thank you.
All right. So again on the road diet. So in your study, did you for I guess you did it by segments, right? And on each segment, did you consider the road diet on the full length of the segments, or just a portion of it? Because if I look at Miramonte, for instance, where there will be a road diet, it doesn't start on El Camino, for instance.
So the road diet study, we looking at reducing the 2 lane to 1 lane for the entire corridor from Morphet, which you put Morphet to Banana.
So very much right at the intersection. There's no kind of fun or
You're asking as a transition
yeah, because
when
if
you're
you look at
evaluating
Miramonte,
a road diet.
the road diets will not trigger until I think at least half or so there is a bit of a funnel to ease the traffic, if you will.
It was looked at in its entirety, the whole segment.
Essentially, is it at one lane starting at Buffett or is it a bit further, you know, to have
Is there a tapering?
Specifically to the State Route 85 crossing.
No. So for
whole stretch?
your one diet study, so.
I think the question is, if the road and the road diet design, where was the tapering from 2 to 1 being done?
Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, I don't know the job.
The road diet would begin its taper east of Moffett. There's one remaining driveway, so there's enough road capacity before that driveway to incorporate all of the improvements that would be involved, and then the taper would be after that last driveway. It's at 555. That's how it was modeled for them. And we do have hexagon on the line, so if we have other modeling questions, we can.
Sure. I'm just curious. I've done geometry a long time. So, and another question is that I think it was mentioned in the staff report. There is an upcoming project by DTA, kind of reconfigure a bit the is it 247 and Middlefield. That sounds like a pretty big job with, you know, things like this. So how does it work with this? Because I mean, we're doing resurfacing there, but they're going to bring lots of big equipment. What's projected timings?
So for this project, we so actually for that within that area, we're going to remove existing striping and perform slurry seal, which is just a surface treatment. First, where the other location along corridor, we're going to do overlay.
Oh, which is, so that's resurfacing.
Yeah. Slurry seal is more cost effective and less expensive than the overlay, because we consider the area as temporary, pending the other project coming to.
Sure. So that was my concern.
And I'll just add that that project will be coming to BPAC in June.
Oh, I see. And then I'm not sure, but maybe more comments, but I ask anyway. So I had a question about the, you know, again, that overpass. I mean, you know, so I noticed that you will be adding a project. What's the expectations of the project to kind of consider, you know, making room for pedestrians?
Has it through?
So I missed part of that. We were.
Oh, sorry.
I gave incorrect information. It goes to CTC in June and it will come to BPAC in August.
Do you have another question for me?
Sure. So regarding the overpass, I think, you know, one issue is that there is a big, you know, sidewalk gap there. And I understand that you're going to be starting a new project for this. What's the expected timeline? Closing that gap, essentially.
Right. So that essentially next phase of this project needs funding through the CIP, and then we'll initiate those discussions with Caltrans once we have a proposed alignment. So this project helps start that process, but we're really looking at next fiscal year to get that really off. So there will be a gap between delivering this project in the summer of 2027 and going through all of Caltrans's written basis once they get started. So we haven't started that initiation design review process yet.
One final question on that topic. I should know, but we just reviewed it. But is it part of that closing that sidewalk gap? Is it one of the ATP projects?
It's been a while since I looked specifically for that.
Check.
I don't think Middlefield. I mean, because that would seem an important one.
Actually, on the list.
It's in the Mission Zero action.
Yeah.
Some improvement projects, it's the list of projects.
Additional clarifying questions. I have a couple.
I had one.
I-
Yeah. Okay, a long time ago, we looked at an undercrossing in Granado, which presumably would affect bicycle. Which I think that they're not. Anyway, just as a context, what's the status of that project? Does anybody know?
Thank you for the question. The status of the Bernardo project is alive and well. So we are partners with the city of Sunnyvale on that project along with Caltrain. We finished the preliminary engineering efforts on that, and we are transitioning to the final design, preliminary design phase, and we're transitioning to the final design phase. So some ways away, and subject to affordability, we need to have the funding for that. But yes, it's active between us and city of Sunnyvale.
I just imagine once that's done, it's going to increase the bicycle demand on this section. I had one. James.
All right. So first off, I was somewhat about sometimes the software modeling for this has second order effects in it, but I was wondering why the northbound left turn from Moffett onto Middlefield would even in the cumulative conditions would need any increase if the road diet in question was just east of the Moffett Middlefield intersection. I'm just trying to understand what was done in the modeling there.
Okay, I pass it to Hexagon, who was the design consultant, who was the.
So yeah, that information I was just receive that information. Like in our analysis, we assume road diet started from MOSFET. So that's accounted in the intersection analysis. We assuming that we saw that there will be one eastbound and one westbound going past MOSFET intersection. But I didn't know that if that project was considered, it actually was started from east of MOSFET. We just accounted all the way to MOSFET.
Okay, I'm not going to worry about the details there, I guess. Sorry, it's just I wouldn't have expected I think it sounds like that maybe some analysis was done with one lane going farther west of the intersection, because otherwise I wouldn't have assumed a northbound left turn lane.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to add to that. Carlo Ochoa, Senior Traffic Engineer with Public Works. When you do a road diet, it doesn't often just start on one side of the roadway. You have to start merging lanes. So there's impacts to doing that kind of transition. And you're looking at a road diet, it typically impacts the output of the intersection. So there's often impacts to other approaches as well. So I think that's where you're seeing this.
Okay, that's sort of what I was looking to as well. Okay, I'll take your word for it there. I was secondly curious, there was on the map of current or future road diets in the city, the portion of Moffett between Central Expressway and Middlefield was highlighted. I wasn't specifically aware of a plan for that, although I know that's come up as part of the Moffett Precise Plan. Is that a formal plan in the city? Or was it just a potential?
It was a potential
Okay.
road diet. So that was I believe the consultant was asked to evaluate that as part of the Moffett Precise Plan, but that has not been done.
Okay. I was just, as I said, it's the first time I'd seen it as on paper, so I wasn't sure. That was covered. All right, so on the bridge over State Route 85, the understanding that given the Caltrans working with Caltrans means there's unlikely to be any substantial improvements to it immediately. What would it look like to even have a sort of shared bike ped path in that right of way? I'm trying to better understand what would be feasible to implement if we have two travel lanes in each direction, given that that right of way is not overly wide right now. I just, yeah, I'm not sure what the project even look like.
It's under development. It is an alternative that we're going to be working through, but essentially the 4-foot median would need to be reduced to a 1-foot median. So you would gain 3 feet there. You may reduce the lane width. I think at least one of those lanes is above 11 feet wide. So you would gain 5 to maybe 5.5 feet, and then you would put all of that into a multi-use path. Ideally, your multi-use path is around 10 feet wide, so you would find a vertical element that would be protective at the design speed. And then you would take that for 5 feet gain width, and you would add it to the 6-foot existing bike lane. So whether you do that same elevation, all of the elevation issues have yet to be determined.
So it'd probably also be, okay. And that might involve also having to restructure the sort of curb on the bridge that's over there or not.
So I'm looking at Adam because he did a little bit more design work than I did on that.
Yeah, so essentially what he said, you'd have to evaluate. We wouldn't want to touch the structure. That's a no-go typically with Caltrans because
what counts as the structure?
Well, so the bridge, as far as like the railing, anything with the structural elements of it. So if you're working within the rails, basically, that's what we would do. So if we had to transition even the median, so ideally you wouldn't transition it even one side, like we wouldn't have to mess with it. But if you have to transition the median to get that width, like he's talking about, to get basically made each direction a bike path and we're a shared bike path, and that's what we feel like we have the right of way as far as the width between rail to rail to make it work. Whether it's reducing the lanes, keeping 111 and reducing the other. We feel like it's within, but it's just going to take a lot of work and a lot of coordination with Caltrans. So that's why the timing thing just doesn't work right now. But that's the plan long term.
Okay. I think that covers questions. With that, I believe we'll move to public comment on this item, and we'll start with members of the public in the room. 2 minutes apiece, and as I noted earlier, we make sure to project so that members of the public on Zoom who are raising their hands right now can hear you.
Look, I'm using the bike here every few days. In the past, I rode in Montby downtown and the area in Sunnyvale, in Marcelda, and North Mary Road often. And there I never rode in Middlefield Road there. I used Ward Avenue and then a small connection here to the left to the Hetchy Trail, which is nice by bikes. And that is much better to use the Middlefield Road by bike. And the only useful part of Middlefield Road for bike lane is, in my opinion, near the few blocks near the small commercial area intersection with Bisman Road. Bisman Road, Middlefield Road, there's a small commercial area. There it makes sense to have the bike lane in the overpass about over 85. Without a bike lane there, it doesn't make sense to connect there. But you don't need that because you can ride from Mountain View by bike over Stevens Creek Trail and to the right, to the east, over Hetchy Trail or Moat Avenue, then on the Moat Avenue in Sunnyvale, then on the eastern side.
Sorry, can you just for the record provide your name?
Eisenberg is the last name.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have additional speakers?
Hi, Tracy Chu. I was just wondering why in the analysis seemed specifically speaking to the road diet, seemed to refer exclusively to level of service and queuing, and I thought that Mountain View and the state in general like pivoted to using VMT to assess, these traffic designs. And even I think earlier in the comments on the meeting, we said we should have some standards where we're always using VMT rather than level of service. So I was just kind of interested in understanding like why we saw in the analysis a lot of the downside of the road diet because of the queuing and the level of service, but none of the potential upside of VMT, especially if we already know that is like a high stress biking corridor, having a calmer street, with a wider protected bike lane might shift, convert some of those trips to bicycle trips, for example. So I feel like the analysis was a little lopsided. So I was just kind of curious if that was like a deliberate decision or why wasn't. I thought the standard was to use VMT for these kind of analysis. So my request is just to have some more transparency and that kind of analysis.
Mary Davio, Mountain View resident. So I'm hearing quite a bit recently about the fact that wide driving lanes encourage high-speed driving and driving over the speed limit. And based on a sample of one, I find that to be very true. I do a lot of driving, and when the lanes are wide, it feels like a highway, and that's how fast I drive. Not quite, but so I would like to see at least one of the. I'm thrilled to see the lanes reduced. I would like to see at least one of the lanes reduced to 10 feet or 10.5 feet. I see in the existing conditions that one of the turn lanes is actually under 10 feet. And so I would like to see more turn lanes, smaller width, in order to give more space to bicycles and potentially green elements. And especially under 237, where there are multiple lanes wide. Again, my personal experience is the closer you get to the highway, the faster you feel like you need to be driving even on the surface streets. And so I really don't want to see extremely wide lanes there. It's scary enough going anywhere near intersection with a highway on a bicycle. There's like on ramps and everything else that are just feel extremely threatening. And so at the very least, I think some of the lanes there need to be 12 plus feet seems crazy. I'd like to see some of those lanes reduced in width too. And I don't know enough about intersections to know if the new design incorporates NACTO standards, but I'd like to see that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Greg Colinato. I live at the intersection, the corner of Leslie Court and Field. So going to be affecting a few feet from my property line. So I think that it's good to make the bike lane usable on Middlefield. Right now, it's a mess. You're biking down it, and half the time there's a car parked there, even outside of 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. So it is going to make it much better to bike down Middlefield, and it is, as you mentioned, basically the only way to get from east to west on that side now. So I think that's great. The downside is that all the people that live in the apartment complexes and condo buildings, they're friends when they come over for the Super Bowl party or something. They have to park on the street. There's no place for them to park. So I don't know whose problem it is to figure out what to do about the fact that there is not sufficient parking for visitors to this part of town. And I guess it's not the city's problem, and I guess it's the property owner's problem, but I don't know how they're going to make a parking structure or add parking at this point in the game. So the people that don't have a driveway or a garage are not going to like this, but that doesn't mean we should make it bad to bike on Middlefield forever. So I think this is probably a good idea, even though the ox of the condo dwellers is going to be a bit gored by this project. So I'd like someone at the city to think of something to do about this, because several projects with hundreds of units are coming in on Middlefield and right next to it in the next couple of years. So it's only going to get worse. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Any additional in-person public speakers? Seeing none. Speakers online.
I guess that's me. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. Interesting discussion and comments from the public. I will be short, I think, because I will echo all the comments that have been made so far. And I've read April Webster's letter, which I'm sure she'll speak to eventually, and I agree with all those points too. So I won't repeat what she expressed very well there. The aspect of looking at Middlefield as a multimodal thoroughfare where active transportation needs to be paid attention to, which of course is not historically been the case because we're shifting our focus here in Mountain View and other cities in the area. And so that means we need to shift our thinking. And I think that's been reflected in the conversation so far and also earlier about the ATP. One specific location I would really like you to consider and look at. I don't know if it rises to the level of making a motion for it, but it is very important. The path that goes from bike ped path that goes from Wisman Station up to Middlefield, and it stops there at Middlefield, right by where the light rail crosses, is an abrupt curb. And that's really a problem for people on bikes who hit that point, but also people of any kind of rolling devices, strollers, wheelchairs, any of that. Google was going to fix it as part of their Middlefield campus project. And now that's either on hold or it's gone forever, but they had the plans for it. At least up to a certain point. So the city could leverage those plans from Google and get that done. But in any case, that really needs to get done. Also, there are going to be paths additionally that connect to Pyramid Park going east-west related to the office or commercial projects on Middlefield that are upcoming. So it can be very interesting, but it can't end abruptly there up at Middlefield. Thank you.
Linda, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Lotta Adamick, resident of Mountain View. I just wanted to request, if possible, for the lanes, the current bike lanes to be made permanent, so usable on evenings and weekends ahead of the completion of the rest of the project, because I think the parking study has already been done and it would require, I guess, council approval. And there are many middle school students who could, benefit immediately because when parking is allowed during other times, it kind of spills over into cars parking there during the day too. And on a different section of Middlefield, I was biking just when the school had come out and there was a car parked in the bike lane and you just saw all of these kids streaming out into the car lane and it just seemed very unsafe. Yeah. So I think it would be great if that change could be done as soon as possible, not just on this segment, but maybe in one swell swoop for all of Middlefield. And furthermore, if city vehicles could stop parking in the Middlefield bike lanes when parking is prohibited, because currently they do that. And I think since there are 2 car lanes, that they should park in the car lane if they must park on Middlefield. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm a bike commuter and I often use Middlefield for east-west travel because there aren't a lot of good alternatives, but it is kind of stressful. I want to ask about the modeling that was done for the recommendation to not adopt the road diet. It seems like that the increase in queuing and decrease in level of service was a big justification for rejecting the road diet, but that seems to have an assumption that traffic will continue at similar levels, but just compressed into fewer lanes. But often when a lane is removed, there is demand destruction. In addition, this plan would improve transit and biking conditions, which should presumably cause some mode shift to alternate modes of transportation, which should help reduce the traffic in this corridor. So I'm wondering if those factors, demand destruction and mode shift, were included in the modeling. One more point, there was a mention that emergency services would be impacted, but I know in other jurisdictions, emergency services are often allowed to use transit-only lanes or even dedicated bicycle lanes in an emergency, and bicycles can quite easily get out of the way of an emergency vehicle in a way that a car cannot. So it often results in improved emergency service response time when there's a wide dedicated cycling lane.
Thank you, Scott. Daniel, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name's Daniel Holt. I live in Mountain View. And I am a big fan of this project. I'm glad we're doing it. I think we should be improving our bike lanes from ones that are sort of temporary, literally temporary, only available through the day, into things that are much more permanent and reliable infrastructure for commuters. I do have one comment on this study, which is that it seems a little bit kind of not a good faith effort, in the sense that we've only studied or quantified the potential harms of the thing being done, and there was no study of any potential benefits. And so, I'm not really necessarily big on it needs to be a road diet myself. I think getting rid of the parking is fine, but I don't think this should be the basis on which we make that decision. I think, either it should be the city says, we don't want to do this because we're halfway through designing the project and it would be a lot of rework. Or it should go through a good faith evaluation of the costs and benefits and actually design like what a good version of this would be before evaluating it, instead of just like looking at the worst straw man case of what a thing would look like. So that's my main comment, and I hope this project moves forward and hopefully becomes more permanent in the future.
Thank you, Daniel. Valerie, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I am Valerie Fennick, a resident of Mountain View. I am on the Performing Arts Committee, but I'm not speaking for that committee at this time, nor for my employer. This has been part of my bicycle commute for years, not recently, but I have seen the part-time bike an issue, particularly when the sun is setting before 7 p.m. So I want to second Lotta's comments that maybe just start saying no parking ever sooner than later would be great. Also second the comments that that April sent in her message, just keep that short. I also share the concerns of everyone here with the lane widths. I did serve for 8 years on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Obviously, I'm not speaking for that committee now, but those wide lanes, I drive that on a regular basis. This whole corridor here, they don't need to be that wide. And I'm seeing cities like Palo Alto where this is getting narrower and people are slowing down. Also Palo Alto marking the speed limit 25 miles per hour, while aspirational has slowed the traffic on Middlefield from 45 miles per hour to about 30. So, that is good luck there. I also, on your diagrams for the intersections, particularly the crosswalks for the curb cuts, I really want to point out something I did for many years, and it's not part of city standard now. Curb cuts should be lined up with the crosswalk perpendicular. This is critical for low vision users, walkers. This is critical for parents with strollers. This is critical for people that are using wheelchairs. It looked like on your diagrams you were planning diagonal curb cuts, which send people, low vision, wheelchair users, and parents into the middle of the intersection as opposed to safely across the street. This is really wherever there is space. I urge this to be a city standard, and please.
Thank you, Valerie. April, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I want to start out by seconding what Daniel and Scott had to say about, and also Tracy, the lopsidedness of the analysis. And that there seems to be a lot of focus on one group of users in this study, and that's people driving, and how quickly we can move them through this space. And we don't focus on the benefits, and we don't open up. It's kind of biased towards one group of users, and we're not considering the people who are walking or biking or living in the neighborhood per se and wanting sort of a comfortable and safe space. And I think this is really important, just to really point out, and I would ask the BPAC to pass a very clear motion asking that this study be expanded to include those other types of analyses. And I also want to add a few other things. On top of that, Middlefield in the report has 15,000 vehicles, less than 15,000 vehicles per day. That's generally when cities green light a road diet. Also, as I mentioned before, the concerns raised are all about car traffic. The memo doesn't say a road diet is physically impossible. It just says that traffic operations may not meet what staff considers acceptable. And that's a really important distinction, because ultimately, this is a policy choice about how the city balances car transportation priorities and then allocating public space and meeting the needs of other users. Without a road diet, we likely lose opportunities for stronger bike protection with landscape buffers and trees. That's much more substantial than plastic flex posts, which a lot of people won't bike with, like 60% of folks. We also opportunity for more climate resilient corridor design and floating bus islands. Thank you.
Betsy, you have 2 minutes.
Hey, BPAC, this is Jesse Cup. So I wanted to say this road currently feels very unsafe to bike on, especially during commute times, especially when cars park there, which is all the time, it seems. I agree with Lada that we should make all of the Middlefield into a permanent bike lane as soon as possible. It's just very counterproductive to have some space be for cars sometimes and for bikes other times, because inevitably the cars just kind of take over and then you don't have any usable bike lane. I strongly support a road diet and protected intersections in addition to a protected bike lane so that more people will choose to use active transportation here. We won't need as much parking here in the future if we make it safer and more comfortable for people to choose active transportation now. And this is the kind of thing that really, I think, needs to be built out before you have more housing going, whether it's affordable apartments or condos or whatever. Having that infrastructure in place before people move in means they're so much more likely to get started in their new home with a healthy, active transportation style commute rather than just default to cars. And then once you've started that, it's very hard for people to choose to switch. I believe we should reduce the lane width to reduce speeding, which a lot of people have said. Valerie, April, I agree with all their comments. So just to reiterate, the strongest things I'm supporting are a road diet, protected intersections, and a protected bike lane. Great. Thank you.
Right. With that, we will move to committee comments and the clarification. And I guess, what are we looking for as the outcome of the committee comments here?
So the ask is to the ask of BPAC is to receive an update on the conceptual design and provide comments. And that is the same ask that is to CTC.
Okay.
For
This is one that goes to CTC
Next week. Yeah.
Right? Okay. Um, since member Stone, I believe, had a slide or something, I'll.
Okay. Well, I want to speak to some of the comments by the members of the public. I guess there was a few comments about saying don't do, change it to no parking right now. I mean, obviously the city can do it, but it wouldn't be free. Have you thought about that? Do you have any comments about that idea? Did it never enter your mind, do you? Or is it
Related to robot.
Yeah, changing the sign, the physical part is easy for the local bike lanes. It does, Lada, Adam was correct that it does require, council, approval to do this. And you could do this for a portion of Middlefield. They have the authority to change, and once it's done, staff could switch those out. So it could be done in advance of the project. We weren't recommending it for tonight, but we're absolutely taking the feedback.
Okay.
I will just clarify, it requires an ordinance change, so there's code change, and it would require 2 hearings from council. So just that's what we mean by the process by council.
And then the only physical change would just be changing out the signs on. So,
Yeah, and then it would be a matter of enforcement. When we do things, police like to do informational, and we kind of ramp up enforcement there. But yes, that would be all rolling. So thank you for the clarification about the going and actually having to do an ordinance and public hearing.
And that would be no different whether now or later as part of the project.
I'm struggling to think of a difference. I'm not sure.
The project would have to go to council for an award, so it will have to go to council at some point. So if you pair it with the project, it's going twice instead of 3 times.
There was another. Did you have something?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, there was another question by the member of the public about the modeling. I wanted to point out. So I asked him one of my questions about if it included mode shift, and the answer to that was no. The other question was, did it include demand destruction? I'm repeating that question. Did the modeling include demand destruction for the traffic?
I will pass it to Caitlin.
So the model did show like if we reduce the capacity, some of the traffic has to use some other parallel network like US 101 and Central Expressway, which is already congested, but because we force it to reduce the capacity, and then those traffic being diverted farther away may have to travel longer time or experience more congestion on the highway. But for our operational analysis at intersection level and roadway level, we assume the travel pattern is the same. So pretty much we take no divergent traffic and just reduce the roadway capacity to do the analysis.
It's assuming that all the same trips between a origin and destination by car are being taken that they are right now.
Okay.
And sorry.
Hi, I'd like to add a little bit. And part of that was and I think is noted in the report that there are limited east-west corridors, one of them being 101 that's already at capacity. So it's, diverging traffic to other streets, it would not be as likely. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the other one was about emergency services using the bike lanes. This was answered in a clarifying question. I just think for the members of the public, maybe we should repeat that answer. I could read it, or if somebody else wants to read it. I don't remember which number it was, but I remember reading it earlier about emergency services using all the bike. It's in there somewhere. We want to.
If you want me to read it, I don't have it off unless one of the project team members would.
Whoever finds it first.
I can just, so there's a question about the impacts on emergency response times. Unless there was another one, the response was that a road died on Middlefield Road would limit through traffic to one lane. Police and fire emergency vehicles will not have access to center double left turn lane due to the race intermediate. A class 4 bike lane would need to be 12 feet wide for a fire truck to use the lane, even if a vehicle, pedestrian, and cycling collisions are substantially reduced on the corridor. Police and emergency vehicles would still use Middlefield Road to access many types of non-roadway emergencies or other needs to access private properties. Which I don't think.
The one I was thinking of.
So I think that did assert that the bike lane to be usable would need to be a certain width. I don't think it had, that did not include comments about whether that would even be done or is plausible.
So my interpretation of that is that in order for the multi-use trail to be used by fire, it would need to be 12 feet. As Robert mentioned earlier, I think what we could finagle out of that is closer to 10. So therefore the vehicles are not.
So this is talking about in the road diet condition where we would get another 11 feet. So I'll let you
No, you're correct. We would have lane width. A class 4 bike lane has vertical elements, so we would have to select the vertical elements that would be unsubstantial enough to be run over by a fire truck. So that's one. That's just one factor. And then secondly, staff has not reached out to fire about that and had that conversation. So we have not discussed that particular use of a bike lane with our fire department. So
just to confirm, that would be even if the bike lane were, say, 12 feet wide, which would be quite large by the standards of our bike lanes. Even then, you would still want to use vertical elements that would be easily run over by emergency vehicle.
This is probably something that I would need to talk to the fire department about. The downside of having a 12-foot lane is that it looks a lot like.
My concern with that would be people would be more likely to park in it, so we probably need to take other considerations.
And I would like to add that it's not just a through straight, right? So the fire department, ambulances, and police all have to be able to access it. And it would part of that concern with emergency service delay is that the access points are going to be limited, even if they are slightly raised, not your typical channelizers or raised elements. So just having to maneuver in and out of the area would slow down the access of the emergency services.
I will say too, and typically when that's used, like that resident brought up, it's usually a class 1 trail when there's 2 lanes of bike and peds, and it's on a area where there's not a road too. It's typically a trail or an easement that they'll use for access. It's not necessarily part of the road next to a road because they already have access on a road.
I think there's some videos on the internet, very urban environments, which do involve bike lanes, but I think, I think there are more to say.
Okay. So there's a few smaller things before I get into my slide. I want to point out a few problem points that I have on the sidewalk. I don't know if the sidewalk configuration was even thought of in this program, but there is one spot on the southeast corner of Tyrella and Middlefield where there is a post directly in the middle of a 4-foot sidewalk, making it so you can't get around that with a stroller or wheelchair or anything. People are going into the road all the time at that corner. So I would, if possible, like to see that particular annoyance addressed. A couple other annoyances. I forgot to say, it's a great plan. I appreciate all the work you did on it. And I know we spent all this time complaining. We always want better stuff, but I'm happy to be talking about improving Middlefield. This is an important thing to do. The trail connections. Okay, so in the Vision Zero local road safety plan, there is a recommendation for a mid-block crossing at the LRT, which a member of the public also brought up. Google was going to do it for us. I don't think they're going to. And we're doing the resurfacing. I would like to look at fixing that connection. There's a trail in the north, there's a trail in the south, and they both end in a curve, and there's no way to cross right at the light rail tracks. And the other trail connection, so if you want to go from northbound Stevens Creek to westbound Middlefield, there is no good way to do that. And it bothers me in particular because I do want to do that almost every day. The trail connection, there's a median there, so you can't make a left, even if it was allowed. And you can't circle around and come down the other way because there's stairs for the bit of the path that goes up and over and around. So you can't do it with a bike unless you're strong enough to lift it directly over your head because it's also very narrow. I don't know if it's possible, but I would like that to be looked at. And the other thing, it's a minor thing, but the bike lane width measured include the gutter. And I believe the standard is to not include the gutter. 94 doesn't include the gutter in bike lane widths. So I would just like to see that. Some of the lanes are listed as 6 foot, but they're in reality 4 foot. Get rid of the gutter. And now we can come up into my slide, and I can talk a little bit about why I think we can have a road diet, which we've heard a lot already. But I've got some sources to cite. So this is from the 2015 California Street vehicle traffic analysis. You can see that even in existing volume, it goes from D to F. And then we've got the near term and future term. It's very similar analysis. It comes out a lot worse, yet we still were able to do the road diet, and it didn't happen right away. I want to remind you of the history. This was 2015, and it took about 10 years and a lot of community pushing to actually get the road diet in. And I don't want to see, it feels like there's a lot of community support for a road diet. We don't typically get this many people in a BPAC meeting. And I surprisingly got more comments for this item than the previous item. So I really feel like we might have the same thing again where we don't do it and then we have to do it because everybody wants it. And so that's point number 1. Okay, I've got some more points. Point number 2 is in our general plan, Middlefield is identified as an avenue and as specifically saying bicycle priority is greater for this street. This is pages 106 and 108 of the general plan. In our multimodal improvement plan, we are talking about other options to reduce level of service, such as mode shift, right? We are building these bike lanes to encourage mode shift. This is also in our, what's the name of it? Well, it's in the general plan as well. And the and the VTA transportation analysis, you can use BMT or LOS, right? We chose to use LOS for this analysis, but it's not dictated by any of our manuals. And additionally, when we are doing our multimodal traffic analysis, we're supposed to analyze multiple modes, right? We did the level of service and the queuing, which is matching the VTA transportation analysis guidelines handbook. But we did not do bike or ped quality of service analysis, which would show the benefits of, might show the benefits of the project. I'm assuming would show the benefits of the project. Okay, some other points. It was just analyzed to do a full road diet for the whole thing, which is not our only option, right? It's a long corridor, and most of the problems are at intersections. You can still road diet other parts, or I'm going to pretend to be an engineer here and say that your left turn lane doesn't need to be straight. Like if we did a road diet, there's a lot of extra space. This is the point. There's a lot of extra space. You can make your left turn lane go around those trees and have the other lane go around that left turn lane if you need to make it longer for the queuing, you know, because there used to be another lane. There's obviously space. You can also use that extra space for things like parking. In California, we have a huge problem with delivery trucks parking, not just California, everywhere. If we have dedicated delivery space, if we do a road diet, we can have a delivery space. It can even be nighttime parking for, you know, your Super Bowl party, as a member of the public asked for. I think there's a lot of benefits that we get from the road diet, and that's why I'm talking about it. I think there's a lot of public support for the road diet. That's why I'm talking about it. And I don't think that I think that I'm not saying that the analysis is wrong. I'm saying that the analysis is saying there's going to be some problems, but we as a city can say we understand that there are going to be some problems, but our people feel like it's outweigh the problems and we can go ahead. And I know we don't have the funding to do like physical green elements, but if we do the road diet, there'll be a lot more space for like bioretention, bioswales, and you know, urban forestry. This is also overlaps with some of the identified corridors in the draft biodiversity strategy where they want more biodiversity. So having space for that would be a nice to have. That is all of my comments.
All right. Other members of the committee have comments.
Very fast. I support what Valerie said about, you know, the road has to be, you know, tailored to meet the needs of people who are, you know, blind or who needs hard of hearing. So that, and I want to know if the city they're implementing this, they're considering this into their roadmap. I mean, not roadmap, but into their project. Is it part of the plan? I mean, part of a design.
Yeah, I'd be curious about that. I know the question about diagonal versus perpendicular. I don't know what the right term would be. Directional ones has come up before, and I can't remember what was discussed last time.
So directional is standard best practice.
Okay, and what is currently intended to go in here?
So it kind of depends on the existing geometry. So ideally, yes, you want it to be both perpendicular and directional. So you do a directional ramp, but also perpendicular. And so it's an ideal situation. Sometimes when they come, as far as if the roads come in at an angle, you can't always have both just because the way they cross. You don't want to pull it too far away from the intersection either, as far as your crosswalk and as far as the middle. Because the farther you get to it, it affects sightline and visibility too. So there's a balance. And I get what she's saying because that's ideally what we try to do. But sometimes the one we did show was a little bit skewed. Most of them are more perpendicular and directional at the same time. So that might be a one-off that we had shown up there. But yes, that's what we're trying to accomplish. Is both
The aim is to do it perpendicular.
Correct. That's ideal.
And then for that the overpass, right? With the overpass, where I think you guys are gonna use that for multi-purpose for pedestrians and for the pedestrians and the bicycles to ride together. Will there be some sort of a signal and some sort of like a, you know? I mean, I find riding bicycle and walking could be dangerous, but
was that in regard to the shared path? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would all depend on the existing rail over the Caltrans, and that would be something the city will work out. We don't know exactly the solution there because it is fixed. We don't obviously want to affect the Caltrans bridge. That's a big deal. So that will kind of depend on further investigation.
Yeah, I think a lot of the comments were very good. I think they point out the need for policies and standards so we don't have to have discussion of diagonals versus perpendiculars and, lane width of Div 94 and Caltrain standard, 11-foot city standard or whatever. So I think a lot of that came out, and so I think we're on the right track on the ATP as well. But I think overall we were presented a false choice. It was road diet the entire way or no road diet. So that's not the real choice. We used LOS. VMT seems to be more appropriate. It's kind of local street avenue. It's the standard for certain California projects, and BTA, for instance, used as appropriate. So it seemed like VMT, and recognizing both the benefits and potential demand and destruction or opposite induced demand would have been appropriate on this analysis. Overall, I think we do have to think about going back to parking. Okay, a temporary bike lane is not really a bike lane. So I commuted on this route for about 2 years, 100 times a year, I guess. And coming through, and parking starts, at 4:30 oftentimes or earlier, and delivery trucks are an issue. So I think the elimination of the parking, it can go ahead faster, all the better. And the idea of the development's going to come. We talked about the general plan, out in 2050 or beyond is going to have more people and potentially more jobs in the city, and a lot of the service issues near Ellis there and the employment center. So I think we're going to have to assume demand destruction, whether because of this project or just because of the density that'll come, and we have to build to handle that and look for that future. So the plan is going to have to obviously assume there's paid public parking for people who are visiting or intermittent. So I think I have reservations about the current proposal of kind of recommendation of just going forward with no lane reduction for any part of it, and not identifying why we might do something else. Thank you.
Sure. So I just wanted to share. I biked full length back and forth, earlier today to just refresh my memory on the route that I used many years ago on this. So I didn't see any big park, but it was around 2 p.m. So that's pretty not things. I didn't see any parking there. One thing I noticed is that I didn't see anybody walk on the overpass, but I saw evidence that people do it. So if you go towards Sunnyvale on the overpass, right after the overpass, there is a patch of grass, and there is a walking path that's been built by just people walking. So, and it's no surprise because that's a way to access Stevens Creek Trail. Also, avoiding kind of a lengthy detour based on where you are. So there is an existing problem, and we talked about the shared bike and pedestrian things. That's the reality today. There are people walking on the bike lane, maybe not a lot, but enough to make a path on that patch of grass. So there's something to address there. I also think that it's not only a question of safety, it's a question also to be true to our commitments in other plans. So the Parks and Recs master plan calls for better access to parks. Like they have a metric which is like 15 minutes walking access to this. And this is exactly what this would enable for for many Mountain View residents who live there. So all of it to say that, you know, the faster we close that gap, the better for safety, but also to provide better to enhance the access to parks in Mountain. I wanted to second the idea of the perpendicular crossings. This is, you know, angled. I mean, I understand the geometry there, but and as much as possible. So, as to the and one comment on a comment, I guess. I guess there were plans to have a crosswalk by the light rail things, but according to the staff report, it was moved for budgets and things. So it's to be done later, I guess. And then on the road diet, specifically about emergency, I think one difference between California and Middlefield is that there is no turning lane on Middlefield. So I think if if a fire truck were to go on to California, and I'm sure they do, they can use that middle lane to kind of go around traffic at the fix. And for Middlefield, that would require removing the median, which should destroy a lot of trees. And would be also costly because, you know, that's not cheap to remove concrete. So that's, I think, something to keep in mind. So and as to using the bike lane, the wide bike lane for emergency vehicle, I've seen some EMT vehicles actually use the bike lanes on El Camino because there are some sections that are wide enough. A counterpoint to this is that unfortunately I've seen many cars use that width to be essentially protected parking because that's nice. So that's kind of pick your poison, but it's also it's not all the places are not like this on the Camino, but there are some sections where EMT vehicle, and they do, and I'm glad they do. So on the road diet, I think fortunately, I think it's was viewed as an all or nothing, you know. And what I like to suggest when you look at the other path is to do the road diet just on the other path. That would, you know, obviously would have to work with Caltrans, but I think it would have many benefits. First of all, it would definitely make more than enough room for a pretty good size, you know, shared path or shared things. You could even separate it if you wanted to. It would also reduce speed where the speed is the most extreme. So again, I biked there, and you know, just gravity. This is where you fastest. It's also where you have the least visibility because again, because of the pass, you actually, whether you drive or bike, you don't see what's on the other side until you get to the top, and it may be too late. So I think there are a lot of benefits there, and it would be a bit of a funnel in a way on Middlefield, but it should have some benefits in terms of reducing the speed all throughout. So that would be my suggestions on this. But again, that would have to be run by Caltrans, but it may be less expensive actually than working with the medians.
I wanted to just answer a couple questions. On the left turn box, I had forgotten to ask what Member Stone brought up, which was for the turn pockets that are on Middlefield going onto side streets. Why would we need to alter the median if we did a right side? Because presumably the physical road space exists to have the left turn longer if we were to go down to one through lane. So I mean, I get some of those are cross streets, and in fact, a couple of those that have to be extended would be on the cross streets where you don't have that convenience. But yeah, is there a reason we couldn't we would need to adjust the median to extend those left turn pockets in the road diet scenario.
So with the road diet, so vehicle waiting for to make a left turn.
Yeah.
So if there or vehicle, because we only have one through lane, and then if vehicle waiting to make a left turn, and the left turn lane up, they have to be waiting on the only single through lane. So that's why they block in the through lane traffic.
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is that you can take what was the left-hand through lane, make that kind of the cue for the left lane, and then make the new only one lane kind of wiggle around it, because you're going to have the space if you do a road diet, right? If you do a road diet, there's already in most places enough space to do kind of protected bike lane, as we've seen in the design. So there is space also in between. There's still space for two 11-foot lanes, but one of them can be a queue, the left turn lane, and the other one can be the through lane. You got to wiggle, but that's also like a traffic calming feature. So I'm cool.
So the issue there though is, so I understand what you're saying, because say the left turn pocket's 100 feet, just for a round number, right? And then you can use, now say it has to be 150, you can use that 50 feet because you have no width, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
The issue there is also speed, right? You can't just all of a sudden turn so sharply. The reason they're done that way is you have to have enough time to slow, and then now you defeat the purpose of having the larger buffer lane for the bike. So now all of a sudden, that's why they're saying you have to extend the median or take out some of the median to get the left turn pocket. You're doing the whole purpose if you're going to slow it down, or you're going to not slow down, and you're going to just basically have your left turn pocket not be straight. For one, I don't think that's typical. Like, you don't have your turn pocket be skewed that much. And the other thing is you're defeating your purpose of you don't have your lane widths. So you have two 11-foot lanes. Now you're going to narrow down your bike lane too, right?
Yeah.
So that would, the whole point of the road diet is to have a bigger bike lane. So now you're cutting
So-
into that.
Yeah, I think in that case, it's that it would not help as much for some of the available right of way, but it would mean you only need that extra vehicular space for the sections where you want to extend the left turn pocket effectively. You don't need it for most of the roadway. For instance, that lets you have one through lane effectively along the whole corridor, and then in some spots you have the same amount of pavement maybe that you have right now, but in a lot of spots you don't need to. So like on the 85 overpass, you can be just 11 feet in each direction.
I guess I forgot to fully articulate one of the reasons I want to road diet. The plan already has pretty good protected bike lanes. I mean, they're pretty good. I'm happy with it. But I think I read everything pretty fast, but I think we could get some protected intersections, at least in some places, if we did a road diet. And that is the thing that I'm very interested in.
That's my second question. Why is the reason that there are not protected intersections in this plan because of an absence of right of way, because of the in part presumably because of the 2 lanes per direction, or is it because of some other reason?
Or lack of policy.
Was it looked into that if we did a road diet, could we get some protected intersections at some of these intersections? I mean, was that looked at?
I don't think we look at that that it's the intersection in the road diet yet.
Yeah.
So we didn't do an entire road diet layout and evaluate how that would function at each intersection. What we did do is we did evaluate the turning movements at some of these intersections. We have a lot of large coaches that run through the city, not just the VTA buses, not just the shuttles, but specific vehicles that corporations drive around. So whether it's on Wisman or Ellis or anywhere else, those turning radiuses often will dictate what we can do and what we can't do. Because we started this, Adam knows, we started this trying to lay out protected intersections at multiple locations. pavement. What we learned along the way, especially along California, is that the turning at particularly California and Ringstorm become very problematic because when you're turning from a road with, how's it working now? I'm imagining it in my head, a 2-lane road, and your turning vehicle is in the right lane onto a road dieted road. That protected intersection is often in the direct path of travel. It's no longer protective unless you have enough real estate to put in a raised curb, have enough room for the vehicle to make a very clean turn. And we found through the turning templates that we ran on this one, that was problematic. So, am I saying this right, Adam?
Yeah. With the right of way too, I think someone said it too. Yes, could you move everything over, but you still have the right of way either? Because there just wasn't enough real estate on that side to keep. The idea was also to keep the curb and gutter alignment, because obviously the back walk is typically where the right of way is. So we're also restricted in that too.
I'm just trying to understand how the geometry works and the turning movement for that. So is the problem? I guess the problem is so in the non-road diet scenario, which is the sort of baseline. That's what we're seeing in plans for. If we were to protect the which should basically end up having blocking, expanding where the border is blocked out from. So you have a tighter turning radius, and effectively the bike and pedestrian space takes up more of the real estate in the intersection. Then a vehicle that is turning from the one right lane to another right lane, are you saying that ends up having to cut over it has to cut over the protected elements of the intersection?
Correct. Or it's turning into the second receiving.
And if it's turning the second receiving lane, does the geometry work out then to avoid running over the protected elements typically?
We'd have to run those templates, but it also changes how the signal, how the intersection would have to be functioned. So
that might get to a request I would have for no right turn on red to be considered at these intersections anyways. But
but no oncoming left turns. Like a left turn, oncoming left turn would also have to be restricted.
Yeah, so that you don't have people turning right while there's traffic coming into the. But that would be accomplished if you had no right turn on red, or I guess some of these intersections don't have dedicated left turn signals on the cross streets.
We have to look at that. I'm not sure. Else might not.
But I guess my thought is also that if would be the concern even in a road diet scenario. Well, it feels like in a road. It seems that is something that seems like we should be able to achieve. He's actually I'm thrilled that we are doing this particular. Like there have been 8 years ago, if we were doing this sort of resurfacing of the street, we would not be doing even what has been presented here. I do not like the mixing zones from the right turning cars into onto the side streets along Middlefield. It's not obvious to me that I'm willing to believe that there is research saying that those mixing zones are safer than just running the protection straight into the intersection and taking the right hooks, but I'm not convinced of that. And I would much rather these be protected intersections. And if that means if we can make that happen by having no right turn on red and forcing right turning vehicles to end up waiting longer, and then they can do a wider turn if they need to do the wider turn. In road diet scenario, I would assume that we try to make the receiving lane width much wider than the normal 11 feet or something, so that vehicles have space to turn out wide. But I would like to try to avoid that mixing zone if we can. That'll avoid it.
Noted. We'll take that in as comments. I believe we incorporated that onto California because it is a standard, and I think we were looking at either an NACTO standard or a UTCD standard that specifically called out mixing zones for protected intersections, and that is actually a specific length approach so that both vehicles and bikes had that mixing zone.
As I said, I'm willing to believe it every single time I ride something like that. It feels worse.
Give your NACTO's phone number.
Okay, what was oh, bus stops. My impression is that I also don't the bus stops, but where buses pull in and walk. But I'm guessing that right now it's not feasible to do anything differently because of the lack of road diet and park. I assume it'd be much easier to put in a bus island if we had more right of way. That's just a general comment. Not a question, I don't think. Okay, whereas I clarified some things. I want to clarify those. My actual, I think I've made some of my comments clear, but I like this. I like having the improvements. I do not particularly like the analysis that was presented regarding road diet. I, to what some members of the public said, it felt like this excluded some of the major benefits of a road diet, including some of the safety benefits given speeds. Middlefield is not the worst corridor in the city, but it is on the list of high collision corridors. There are intersections on it that are some of the highest collision intersections in the city. We know that reduced speeds that would come from a road diet severely reduced numbers of crashes and severity of crashes. Reduced lanes reduces the width of crossings. It makes more space for loading zones, makes more space for better bike lanes, it makes more space for greenery when we have the budget to start adding more street trees in. All the things that Member Stone mentioned. It will make it much easier and simpler to do the actual improvements on the 85 overpass. With regards to emergency vehicle, I know I was asking about 12-foot bike lanes basically because I want to know if it is an option. It would be interesting to hear. I do not think that is my general impression is that any reduction in emergency vehicle response times that we experience would be more than paid off for by the reduced number of people getting hurt on the roadway, and that the actual penalty would not be that severe in terms of response times. But I think it'd be appropriate to investigate whether or not the bike lanes could be made nice and wide, and maybe I don't know how you prevent cars from parking, and maybe use vertical elements that can be run over pretty readily, but which discourage parking. I also don't like, I am not particularly compelled by the proposed projections for traffic. I would be thrilled if the full general plan were built out in the lifetime of the repaving of the street. I do not consider that particularly likely. And even if it does happen, I would much rather we be planning for the modal shares that we want, which I don't think correspond to having 26,000 vehicles a day on Middlefield Road. And so I don't think we should be planning for that at all. I also mentioned, I alluded to this in my written comments. If we're planning for a Moffett Boulevard road diet, then I think that the only spot in the existing traffic levels where you needed to remove trees probably goes away because you stop needing to have as many lanes on Moffett. And so you can actually do exactly what you're describing with the rejiggering some of the lanes for left turn pockets to make it so that the turn lane from southbound Moffett onto Middlefield is actually as long as it needs to be without having to restructure that median. That also doesn't have to be done strictly as part of this project. I feel like that can be staged later if we wanted to. And that's the only one that that's the only left turn pocket that if we assume existing traffic levels needed major restructuring, if I recall. And everything else, if the traffic levels start getting high and if we need to restructure the left turn pockets, we can do that, but I don't see why we would need to do that as part of this project if those changes are years or decades out. So yeah, for all those reasons, I would say we should do the road diet along the whole corridor. The whole corridor needs safety improvements. There's opportunities to use road space everywhere. I don't think it's not clear to me that we could do something partial, especially to save costs on the 85 overpass, but that's also the highest traffic part of it already. So it's not clear to me that's actually what people prefer. And as I said, it'd be good if we investigate in the right turn on right, especially if it enables the turning movements we need for protected intersections. And I would like us to do if we can do the short-term 24/7 bike lane, that'd be great. It looks very silly right now when you go down by Clinton. It'd be nice if we could also do the section of Middlefield that goes down by Clinton as well as part of that, so we can do the whole of Middlefield to 24/7 protected bike lanes immediately. Because if you go down by Clinton on the weekends, you'll see a bunch of parents have lined up their cars to take their kids to soccer at the Clinton field rather than parking the parking lot that's right there. And are blocking the bike lane that presumably other kids would like to be able to use to get to those soccer fields. Well, or they are using the bike lanes and they're just being forced into the road by parents of other kids. So, I think it would be if we can immediately do the 24/7 bike lanes and do a large part of the corridor. I think that'd be worthwhile. Yeah. Did we need to craft a motion on this?
If we want to send a recommendation to CTC, then
I'm hearing.
I will say a recommendation was not requested or a motion was not requested. Comments will be reflected in what goes to CTC. So.
Yeah, I would be favoring the motion as well.
I just wanted to bring up something like, you know, it's there. My understanding from the report is that the designers finalized that. So I agree with, trying to make it better, but I think there are very good things here and I don't want to jinx it. By some delays because, clearly road diet has not been studied. Not part of the design now.
Has been studied.
Well, but I mean, not for proper design. So I mean, I'm just want to caution.
Yeah.
As I'm doing.
We're not giving information on timing or anything. I think we're just being asked for a recommendation.
But
since we've used this phrasing in the past, we've used phrasing of we would like to see this if this can be done without jeopardizing the necessary timeline of the project. And we've done that at least once as a suggestion of if we're just trying to craft a motion of here to make it clear what the group's recommendations are. It might make sense to use that same.
Yeah. So a recommendation for road diet and the timeline.
We know the answer, so I don't.
Well, we don't.
Well, we can ask.
Yeah, and we should make the recommendation.
I'm guessing that what is being asked for would require, again, this is a different department or division, so I don't want to completely speak out of turn here, but would require additional engineering work, which might require additional budget, which would require additional council input, which could require additional design, which then, and you're hitting a final design need of December. So just from a overly simplified education of what that ask is.
Yeah, if I can piggyback on what Allison mentioned, at Arango, this is one. So what Allison noted is correct. So we're on a constricted timeline, and doing a redesign for the project would jeopardize. Let me restate that. Would sacrifice OBEC pre-funding that we received. We will not make it to with the redesign and going through another effort of getting through the process and obtaining the OBEC 3 funds. We will not make the deadline. It's just clarification. This is just how our process works and the effort needed to do the design in order to accommodate.
And you will hear momentarily that OBEC 4 is about to come out. And if we as a jurisdiction cannot show that we can meet commitments that we have previously stated we would hit in grant applications, we're not setting ourselves up for success for future grant applications.
I would still prefer, my inclination would be to still include language regarding the road diet in the motion, because I think it is worth making. I would like to see when projects like this come forward in the future that we have these options fully evaluated before we are forced into having a certain project appear. But there are other elements to the project that I think we can make recommendations on as well that I think we've mentioned. But someone have a strong opinion on motion?
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, I'd be in favor of making a motion. I mean, it's sensible to me to make all of them field bike lane 24 hours.
So separate motion.
I mean, we could do it as a separate motion.
I won't support the one time thing, so.
Yeah, me
That's
neither.
That's it. Okay, what's up?
Well,
So I'm hearing two things. One is separate motion on doing temporary things. And then a motion that basically said we are concerned and felt boxed in by lack of earlier review.
I don't know that that needs a motion. More of a statement.
I guess
But-
tell CCC where we're at, where we.
Again, all of your comments will be reported out to CTC. That will be presented as a slide when this goes to CTC of what we heard both from you and the public. I also want to be careful if you are looking to make a motion on the permanence of the bike lane. As a reminder, you cannot direct staff, so you would be asking CTC to propose to council that staff do something. So just an understanding of what that motion would need to entail.
Again, Ed, Marengo, what we heard tonight, it was very clear. We got some really good feedback. We really do appreciate it. And we want to take all this comments and use these going forward. Really allow us to understand the feedback that we got tonight. And then for future projects, we're hearing this analysis more balanced, a lot of elements, very clear to us. This project, again, the timeline, it will sacrifice our OBAG funding and then therefore could sacrifice the entire project. We're not interested, staff would not recommend. We don't need a motion. I understand, the committee's desire to have one, but we've heard the feedback and it will be included to the CTC.
Member Senator Barton, you two seemed most interested in having a explicit motion. If either of you want to craft one, then take your chance now, but otherwise I will probably move us along in the meeting.
I mean, not necessary. I really don't think it's necessary. It's something that they all know what they're doing. We're just here, giving feedback. But then this motion, I think they have time. They need the time to really decide what's necessary. For us bikers, I don't think they really know. I mean, drivers,
I think the motion is more for CTC, which is not directly here.
I think the purpose of the motion would be to make clear what the overall feedback was. If the overall feedback is already clear, then it's less. I don't know that it's strictly necessary, but sometimes it's not been obvious that there's consensus.
Here.
I will say we are not asking for a motion from CTC either. We are asking for feedback from them as well.
I guess-
So we're not asking them to
I would
make a
ask-
motion.
Is there anything that has felt like there is a lack of consensus in BPAC that you are not sure about whether or not you would want to communicate that to CTC? Because that's the sort of thing that might want to clarify.
Is there anything from team?
All right, very clear. If I don't hear a motion, then I'm going to close this item. All right. I will move us then to close this item and move us to item 6.3. Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee recommended member appointment. I don't know if we have any.
We do not have any staff presentation for this. I think you are all well aware as we did this back in April, or not, when did we do this? About April last year.
Right, yeah.
Around this time last year, but currently Chair Kuzmal is our VTA rep for the VTA BPAC. He was filling in the remainder of a 2-year term. That 2-year term is expiring and VTA is asking us to appoint a new member or renew them, however you want to say it. Yeah. So the idea is we are looking for a nomination for a BPAC member or council to appoint to the VTA BPAC, and it would be for July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2028. So it is a 2-year commitment.
Are there any committee questions? I'll clarify questions.
You've been serving for
6 months or so.
6 months.
well, actually, sorry, we appointed me in April, but
you could,
procedural things.
by the time you actually sat down and.
Yeah.
So you're finishing out a term. Appropriate to ask if you're willing to, well, I'll make the comment that I think continuity for a 2-year term or slightly longer is a good thing.
We can discuss it in the committee comment section. Any other clarifying questions?
I will say there is no constraint for a back-to-back appointment.
Yeah.
So just one clarification, and not to contest it, but it's just to make sure that it will still be on BPAC.
Yeah, he stays.
That's the thing, because I think you had mentioned.
Right. There is I guess, a nuance to it that anybody who would like to nominate themselves for this, you need to, or we would like you to still be on BPAC in 2028. So we don't have to do this, or in 2027. So we're not doing this next year. So if you're going to be terming out during this section, which I think you're not terming out, but you're up for renewal, I think is 2 of you at the end, right?
That sounds about right. Well, I think you're filling out.
Yeah, but you're filling a term and you can be reappointed. But my point is that you're pending a reappointment.
Yes. Unfortunately, I think it has. All right. Do any members of the public in the room want to comment on this item? Do any members online? Okay, great. I'm happy to do the BKB back for 2 years. If anyone else would like to on tech, actually it requires less in-person stuff than it did before, because the VTA for their, I think, board and some bodies like the BPAC are adopting some of the newer guidelines about Brown Act remote body participation. So it requires less in-person participation than it used to. But if you want to be in person, it means going over to not Heading Street. Well, that'll be in a few years. The River Oaks, every once a month on Wednesdays.
Until VTA moves to the new building in downtown San Jose, which is accessible by Caltrain, which will be in November, December of this calendar year.
Oh, is that soon? Okay. Yeah. But anyways, I am inclined to put myself up to be appointed, but if anyone else is.
How do you see yourself being effective? Do you think that you're being able to, like, your voice is it consistent with other cities?
It's consistent with other cities. I'm definitely talking more than others, as Lauren can attest to.
I mean, I'm agreeing with you to do it.
But yeah, there's no, if anything, it's actually feels a bit awkward sometimes, because like San Jose has one member and they're half the population of the county, and Las Vegas right now has one friend.
So that's
yeah. But yeah, everyone gets plenty. I think everyone has an ability and chance to get their voice heard. I think I'm representing us.
Yes, we do need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion as Chair Kusnar.
So we're looking for a motion to.
Perhaps as a BTA.
Does anyone want to second that motion?
Great. All in favor? Great. Moving on.
Yes, okay. Item, we don't have a 6.4, right?
That is correct.
We have 7.1, staff.
We do have a quick presentation. I'm going to get some slides here. So first, I would like to, I know we're, 4 hours in, but I would like to introduce our new transportation manager, Lauren Ledbetter. We are very happy to have her, and she's made it back to day 3, so I'm very excited. I'll let her do a quick introduction for those who don't know her.
Sure. I feel like I gave the little brief one. I apologize. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here. Like I mentioned in the beginning, I worked at VTA for 12 years managing the bicycle and pedestrian program as a staff liaison for the VTA BPAC during that time. And prior to that, I worked for Alta Planning Design for 8 years doing bicycle and pedestrian work. So basically my entire career, I've been doing bike and ped work. But in the last several years at VTA, I've been working very closely with the highway program through their concept designs and their designs for highway interchanges. Been pretty instrumental in ensuring that they move toward a more complete interchange redesign. and also working with the engineers on complete streets overhauls, so what we would call reconstruction, which is extremely expensive. What else can I say? I live nearby. I plan on biking to work, but I haven't been able to do it yet this week. We'll see, maybe tomorrow, Friday I can. I don't think there's anything else. I'm excited to be here and look forward to working with you.
Well,
So with that, just some quick updates. Do you wanna?
It's like the Peter guy. I don't have my notes.
Okay, so we had Earth Day here on April 18th, and as you can see, we had Sharky work on our little Safe Routes to School town that we have up and helped encourage the kids to participate. And we had a lot of people come out for that. We also had as part of that Bike Mobile, which you can also see next over a little bit there, which is on April 28th with Mountain View High School and South Hills High School. We had a bike maintenance day on April 28th, and then Bike Mobile was out for that. Some project updates. We have an upcoming contract, Safe Routes to School. That current contract is sunsetting, and we have selected a preferred consultant and are in the process of executing a contract with them. First year of the scope includes Safe Routes to School program adoption. For those of you who don't know, the city never adopted the Safe Routes to School program. So we are working to adopt that so we can guarantee that the city prioritizes funding for that program. So that will be one of our first items right out of the gate. We have a school safety education portion, community encouragement events, Monster Bash is our big one, if you guys are aware, program evaluation, and then the final report. So that's what we'll cover in the first year. It will be a 3-year contract. The TDM ordinance, oh, sorry.
I'll get to a question if it's not appropriate.
Well,
this is my last slide, so if you, I'll just let me. So our TDM ordinance, quick update, it will be going to CTC on Tuesday. The first ordinance reading is scheduled to go to council on May 12th with a second ordinance reading on May 26th. So very fast approaching here. Once it is adopted by council, it goes into effect 30 days later. So we will be able to start implementing the ordinance once it is adopted. And that will be on any project, new project going through the entitlement phase. So bringing everything up. I think that's my last slide. So with that,
Back one prior.
okay.
So contract terms up there, what's changing, I guess, with the new contract? Is it the same?
Nothing. It's pretty much the same.
Same level? Okay.
Yeah, like I said, one of the big things is we want to adopt the actual plan, and we will be taking that to council so that we can make sure that the funding commitment is from the city annually, and that I'm not asking for it on a year-to-year basis.
So in the ATP, where we envision growing, that's not happening yet.
It is because our education portion we're working on growing. There is a curriculum that we are trying to roll out, but a lot of that involves some school participation that we're working through with the district.
So this is an expansion of that?
Yeah, there's some expansion with it as well.
Thank you.
There's also some optional tasks in there to partner with the city of Los Altos to try and work with it. There is quite an open. See, I have heard.
Oh, no, I'm
like I said, I do apologize for missing that in the 18th. That's one I should have.
Are there any public comments in the room or online on the staff comments? Anybody online? No. Okay. Any committee comments on staff comments?
I will add a couple.
On the staff comments?
Well, I related. I guess it's my own individual comment.
We can move to the committee comments as the next item.
Let's do that.
All right, we will go to committee comments, item 7.2. There, Robert, sounds like you have a couple quick committee comments.
Yeah, so I've been invited by a couple schools, ran some bike buses at Santa Rita, which draws from Mountain View and Palo Alto and Los Altos. School's actually in Los Altos. Springer, which draws from Mountain View and Los Altos, and it's actually in Mountain View, and Bub, which draws from Mountain View and is in Mountain View, but travels through Los Altos. They've all, I think the schools were all pleasantly surprised about the success in terms of numbers and enjoyment. Each one's had different levels. Some on communities were smaller. They were very happy. I think both, my reaction is, had everything from parents say, I didn't know it was so easy. Last week I did it twice on my own or 3 times on my own after experiencing it. We're keeping it up. And others, it's like, my reaction is I'm not quite sure. The ones that are there are really enjoying it, but I'm not quite sure what it takes to get more kids on bikes into some of the schools. If you look at by Palo Alto, you'll see 4 times as many bikes in the bike rack as the school in Los Altos around. So it's a lot of fun. I invite everybody to come. We have one on to see Springers on Friday, maybe their last one, depending on parent request and involvement. And the bug one went so well that they are kind of taking it on to do it every Monday for the rest of the school year. So there's a temporary website, bikelosaltos.org, that has details on maps and times if you want to show up.
Not join at once.
They go right by Surgeon's house, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
You wave.
Do we have the PDF I sent to my? Okay.
We have your.
Okay, that is a bit overly zoomed in, but to give my VTA VPAC update, there were 2 VTA VPAC meetings since our last meeting. They actually had some similar items on them. At the March 11th meeting, I pulled out the more exciting items. There were some other items as well. We heard about the SB 63 local investment plan. That is corresponds to the ballot measure that if it gets enough signatures in the next month or 2, will be on the November ballot to fund transit. And the BPAC, it is not a active transportation thing so much, but transit, of course, interacts with active transportation. And the main BPAC comments were about updating investments in improved service and transit speed as potential priorities for BPAC. Each transit agency is putting together plans for how they would spend the money. You can go to that URL if you want to find comments there. I think they are finalizing things, so get comments in quickly. There was also a draft for the OBAC 4. Currently we're in OBAC 3, and that's what partially funds that Middlefield project. So we saw a draft program and project selection criteria for that. And that affects like how when you get cities submit all their proposals to VTA scores them, VTA sends, I think, a subset of those to MTC, assuming they received enough projects. MTC then actually handles doing the final choice and things out. I feel like Allison and/or Lauren will correct me if I say something wrong. Then we go to the next meeting, which was this month, where we had a bajillion consent calendar items, which were varying levels of interesting, but which included several grant program sort of informational updates, which were interesting. Felt like we were hearing a lot about grant selection criteria, which is part of why I mentioned wanting to see the more detailed scoring from the ATP projects, as well as an update on a relatively small grant program for the transparent communities and the Basking Complete Streets, which is a major reconstruction project, which I think is part of why Lauren was mentioning that being expensive, that is doing some moving around of funding so that it can happen on the timelines with funding. Then we actually saw the more finalized OBAC project selection criteria. As a note, the call for projects closes on June 10th, 2026. There are some intermediate timelines that cities have to meet to get their complete streets checklists checked off. It sounds like Allison and city staff are sorting out what it is.
I'll talk about it next in our schedule.
Yeah.
July.
Did I put the wrong date up there?
I'll have to double check that.
Okay.
I thought it was later.
I could have written the
You
wrong.
think it closes June 10th. The call for projects closes July 10th.
Okay, I might have written the wrong.
Yeah.
Then. My bad. It's a tight timeline either way.
It's very tight. No matter what.
It's definitely not
June 10th.
June 10th
Okay.
because
Yeah.
it's in July.
Okay.
I actually think it's late July, but
then maybe I wrote the VTA VPAC meeting date.
That's what you did.
Okay. There's a VTA VPAC meeting that will review complete streets checklists for cities that don't want to do their own complete streets
That's the
checklists.
date.
Okay. I meant to put the correct date in there. My bad. VTA nominates projects by October 31st for MTC, and then MTC at some point actually awards and things. There is public input being looked for on the Cross Barriers Connection Plan that VTA is doing that is looking to identify and figure out ways to address locations that where highways have barriers so they're looking for community feedback on that plan right now. And then if we go to the next slide, we got a presentation on the Foothill Foothill Expressway stuff that the county roads department is doing, and it's currently being funded by VTA Measure B funds, 2016 Measure B. To perhaps mirror some of what we just saw, county staff are advising against a road diet due to congestion concerns at the intersections, and the current alternatives, which the VPAC did not seem overly thrilled with, were either a class 1 path that would be relatively expensive and involves some tree removal along the corridor, which is alternative 1, or alternative 2, which was going to do a bunch of intermingled class 4 bike lanes, parallel routes, that sort of thing that would likely involve a lot of crossing Foothill Expressway to stay on the bike route. Both those alternatives do leave a wide shoulder in Foothill Expressway for higher speed recreational cyclists. If you're interested, you can go look at the details of the project. And that is all that I had.
So I can just add something. If you go back 2 slides, one of the consent items that you approved and that has gone to multiple boards is the competitive grants for Measure B. So the city, it was successful in an Evelyn grant for that. And so that will be going to the VTA board for over next month or May or June. I can't remember exactly, but so we are looking forward to that being officially recommended or approved by their board, and then we'll enter into an agreement with VTA and kick that project off.
And then one non-VTA thing I was going to mention is that I believe it is May 30th that SVBC is running another El Camino Real bike ride, and I believe are still looking for volunteers. So if you want to join in a couple hundred people riding down El Camino on all our fresh new bike lanes, you can join that and or volunteer for that.
And those cities that don't have them yet.
Yes, it includes riding through some cities that do not have such lanes.
Get an email for that? That'd be good.
I'll figure out how to distribute I don't know how to send that.
Yeah. So the next meeting we have scheduled is Wednesday, June 24th in this room, but at 6:30 instead of 5. Currently for that meeting, we've got the draft work plan. So we will be bringing that before BPAC. We'll also have our collision data review update from our police here, and we will be bringing OBAG for complete streets checklist so that we can hit that very tight timeline as Chair Kuzmal mentioned.
It's July 27th. June 10th is the VTA meeting.
So
yes.
So that checklist, is it like a list of projects
So
which you're applying?
no, it's called a complete streets checklist, and I can let Lauren go into more details on exactly what's in it. But each project that we plan to apply for OBAG 4 has to have it doesn't have to be approved by BPAC, but it has to have gone before the BPAC. So depending on where we are at internally on our project selection or recommendation, we might come with more projects that we plan to apply for just so that we've covered those bases.
It has to go to the BPAC before you apply.
Before we apply.
Well, we're crossed then.
Well,
could be concept item.
Middlefield had complete streets. Middlefield and Moffett both had complete streets checklists that we will see.
That have been questioned post, so we should make sure that we discuss them.
So with that, I think that moves us to adjournment. And so I will adjourn this meeting at 9:36 p.m.
All right. We're out at 36.